Hello, everyone. Hello. Can I please have your attention? If you do not have a headset for the translations, please will you get it outside door F. For translations, English and in Spanish, please get the headsets outside door F. Thank you. And we're giving you 2 minutes. Thank you.
Good to go? Test, test. Is that good sound? Yeah? Well, let's get this started. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, young advocates and survivors. On behalf of Safe Online, the Brave Movement, and the WeProtect Global Alliance, welcome to the satellite event, Safe Digital Futures for Children, Tackling Online Harms through Joint Global Action. It is truly a privilege to be here with you in Bogota on the eve of a truly historic occasion. Tomorrow, for the first time, world leaders, ministers, advocates, and survivors will come together with one shared goal: to end all forms of violence against children. And while the latest geopolitical and technological developments seem to be working against us, This mission has never been more important, and our resolve has never been more strong. I would like to extend our deepest thanks to the governments of Colombia and Sweden for co-hosting this landmark event, and to UNICEF, WHO, and the Special Representative of the UN Secretary General on Violence Against Children for their exceptional leadership. Today's event is an essential part of this movement. While the digital world holds unprecedented opportunities for young people, we know we cannot achieve a world free from violence against children without addressing the rapidly growing risks and harms in digital spaces. Digital technologies have amplified existing threats, but not only that, they've introduced new complex forms of abuse and violence. From cyberbullying to sexual exploitation, these harms cross borders, they defy traditional protections, and demand urgent global collaboration and investment. What we need to understand is that children's lives today are seamlessly flowing between online and offline worlds. For them, there is no divide, there are no false dichotomies. Their experiences, both positive and negative, are intertwined across these spaces. Ending violence against children requires a holistic approach that recognizes this reality. Our efforts must reflect the interconnected nature of their lives. Online risks like grooming and exploitation often echo and deepen vulnerabilities that exist in the offline world. By integrating digital safety into our broader strategies, we can fully protect children in this boundless and blended world they navigate every day. I want to recognize the tremendous joint efforts of our co-hosts and partners, including over 15 expert organizations supporting this event. It has truly been a friendly and really warm and fully compassionate effort to organize this event. Thank you to our high-level speakers, government representatives, distinguished guests, and above all, young advocates and survivors who bravely share their voices with us. Your courage drives us all to act with urgency and resolve. Special thanks to our Safe Online funders, UK government, and the Oak Foundation. Without your support, the progress we've made simply would not have been possible. So with nearly 250 attendees today, policymakers, civil society, international organizations, and media, today offers a unique opportunity for all of you to connect. That is why we are here today. You'll have opportunity to engage with over 60 organizations actively working on child online safety, with 20 Safe Online grantees who are working in the region, and with more than 15 expert organizations who have supported this event. To facilitate these connections, we have organized Lunch Connect for all of you. So there are going to be thematic tables at a lunch that you can approach and meet these people, frontline workers, young people, survivors working on this issue every day. Also, please do not miss the networking reception that we have organized for you at 5 p.m., where we will continue these critical conversations and build partnerships for a safer digital world. As we open this event, let us remember the time to act is now. Online child exploitation and abuse are preventable. With resolve, vision, and unity, we can end this crisis and build a safer digital world for children wherever they are. So thank you. But now, it is my deep honor to introduce the Minister of Social Affairs of Sweden, Honorable Camilla Waltersson Gronwall, for the high-level opening remarks. Thank you so much for your leadership and support.
Dear Najat, dear colleagues, dear participants, thank you for the invitation and thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. In an era where digital platforms play a central role in our, and not least, children's lives, it is crucial that we address the challenges that come from this development. Online violence affects not only individuals, but entire communities, and that is why we are here today, to discuss, to learn, and to find solutions together. Online violence is not a new phenomenon, but its scope and form have changed dramatically over time. From the early days of the internet, where harassment and bullying were limited to text-based forums, we now face a situation where social media, gaming platforms, and other digital arenas enable a more sophisticated and widespread form of violence. With technological advancements, the methods of perpetrating violence has also become more complex, making it harder to detect and to combat. Historically, online violence was often dismissed as just words or harmless pranks. However, as our understanding of the internet's impact on mental health and well-being has grown, so has our recognition of the serious consequences of online violence. Studies have shown that victims of online harassment can suffer from anxiety, depression, and even physical health issues. This evolution underscores the need for a robust and multifaceted approach to tackling this issue. The development speaks for itself, and I want to highlight 3 points which emphasize where we need to discuss this why we need to discuss this at a global level. Firstly, today, more than a third of young people in 30 countries report being cyberbullied, with 1 in 5 skipping school because of it. This highlights the significant impact that online harassment can have on children's education and well-being. Secondly, the threat of online sexual exploitation and abuse is particularly alarming. It has never been easier for child sex offenders to contact their potential victims, share imagery, and encourage others to commit offenses. This underscores the urgent need for comprehensive prevention and support strategies. Thirdly, a Swedish study shows that almost a third, or 23%, of children report that they have been contacted online in a sexual purpose by an adult before the age of 15. These children have, on a group level, a poorer mental health and a poorer connection with their parents than peers. Additionally, children who had been filmed or photographed while being sexually abused reports more trauma symptoms than children where no digital documentation took place. This illustrates the pervasive and serious nature of online violence against children, highlighting the need for effective interventions and global cooperation to protect our youngest and most vulnerable internet users. I also wish to highlight children with disabilities as a particularly vulnerable group. These children are 3 to 5 times more likely to experience sexual violence, harassment, or abuse, making them one of the most vulnerable groups online. It is clear, and it's clear to me, that we must do more together globally to protect children from experiencing all forms of violence online. There are several actions that governments should take, but I wish to raise 3 in particular. The first one is education and awareness. One of the most effective ways to combat online violence against children is through education and awareness. Schools, parents, and community organizations must work together to educate young people about the risks of online interactions and the importance of respectful digital behavior. Comprehensive educational programs that teach digital literacy, empathy, and safe online practices can empower children to protect themselves and others. The second one is strengthening legislation and enforcement. It is crucial to have a strong and efficient legal framework that address illegal online violence against children. Governments must ensure that there are clear and appropriate legal consequences for perpetrators and that law enforcement agencies have the necessary tools and training to handle these cases effectively. This includes updating existing laws to reflect the realities of the digital age and ensuring that justice systems are equipped to deal with the unique challenges of online violence. The third thing is technological solutions and industry responsibility. Social media companies and other digital platforms must take responsibility for creating safer environments for children and to address illegal content. This involves measures such as implementing robust moderating policies, developing advanced filters and reporting systems, and providing users with accessible, easy-to-use tools for reporting abuse. Collaboration between technology companies, governments, and non-profit organizations is essential to develop and to deploy technological solutions that can effectively prevent and respond to online violence. Several Swedish authorities are involved in combating violence online. The Swedish Police Authority have specialized units dedicated to tackling cybercrime, including online harassment and abuse. These units work closely with international partners to track down perpetrators and bring them to justice. Public awareness campaigns also aim to help to inform citizens about the dangers of online violence and the resources available to them. Furthermore, the Swedish Agency for Youth and Civil Society has been tasked with developing knowledge support for professionals to prevent digital and physical sexual exploitation and violence against young people. The Crime Victim Compensation and Support Authority has been tasked with monitoring and developing information initiatives about the internet as a crime scene, including preventing violence in young people's close relationships and reducing vulnerability to sexual exploitation in digital environments. With increased presence of children and young people online, parents carry an important responsibility to educate and to have a dialogue with their children about online presence and safety. Recently, this autumn, the Public Health Agency in Sweden presented recommendations to parents on the amount of screen time for children in different age groups between 2 and 18 years old. Through initiatives like the Council of Europe's No Hate Speech movement campaign and collaboration with organizations such as Friends and BRIS, we actively work to create a safer digital environment. Schools and educational institutions also play a central role in this effort by integrating digital safety into the curriculum and offering support to students who are victims of online violence. To effectively combat online violence, global collaboration is essential. Countries must share best practices, technological solutions, and research findings. International organizations such as the UN and the EU play a crucial role in coordinating these efforts and ensuring that there is a unified strategy to address the problem. By working together, we can create a stronger front against online violence and protect our younger citizens, no matter where they are. Global cooperation also involves harmonizing laws and regulations to ensure that perpetrators cannot exploit legal loopholes by operating across borders. Joint training programs for law enforcement and judicial officials can enhance their ability to handle cases of online violence effectively. Additionally, international research collaborations can help to develop new tools and strategies for preventing and responding to online violence. In conclusion, I want to emphasize the importance of including children and young people from diverse backgrounds and needs in this conversation. They are often the most vulnerable, but also those who can contribute with valuable insights and solutions. By listening to their experiences and giving them a voice in this discussion, we can create a more inclusive and effective strategy for combating online violence. So let's make their voices heard. Thank you for your attention, and let us work together to create a safer digital world. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'd now like to welcome our speakers, our high-level speakers for this panel. If you can come on up. Hi. So, I'd first like to start off by thanking everyone for being here today. It means a lot to see so many faces who have dedicated time to exploring the intricacies and complexities and the anxieties that exist in the future, and for dedicating the time to figure it all out in a space together. And I think that's really the beautiful thing about this. Before I kick off and introduce our wonderful speakers today, I'd like to, first, I think it's best if I introduce myself. What do you guys say? Yeah. Hi, my name is Marija M'jid. I'm a youth mobilizer on ending violence against children, and I am super duper dedicated to advocating for young people, especially in decision-making spaces. And I think it's so important that we're here today and present in these spaces. I am also a gender scholar and a survivor of childhood violence. And so I think that being a part of this discussion will really allow me to understand what steps do we need in the future, what are our hopes, what are some of our fears, how can we get past those, and how can we work together? Before we kick off, Daphne here, our wonderful panelist, is a Spanish speaker. And so please make sure that your headsets are on and so that you can hear her if you do not understand Spanish. We will try our best to, pace ourselves. So, yep, don't forget to do that. I'm going to do it too. I'm honored to introduce our high-level speakers. Dr. Najat, take a breath, the UN Special Representative at the United Nations Secretary General Office on Violence Against Children. Whew, thank you for being here today. We're going to give some time for headsets. Good, great. We have Dr. Omar Abdi, the Deputy Executive Director at UNICEF. Thank you for joining us. We have Rhiannon, who has lived experience of online sexual abuse. I'm very happy you're here and joining us. And last but not least, we have Daphne, a young activist from this very place here in Bogota. Thank you for being here today. So, we're going to start off our conversation, and that's exactly what it is. You guys are bearing witness to a conversation, and this is me actually reminding myself that it is, right? So that relieves some of the pressure here. So we'll start off with a very quick but important question. Why are you here today, amongst all the other commitments that we have going on in this week that many of us have spent time planning, and during the times that we are in? Why did you choose to come here? I will start by responding first. The catch is you only have 1 minute. So please try your best. Rhiannon, I know that we've connected and we've practiced before, so everyone else just please give me, let's stay within the time, okay? Make it a little easier for me. So I'm here today because I've recognized that a lot of young people are left out of discussions when it comes to digital safety in decision-making spaces. And I'm here today because someone actually walked the talk, and I'd like to thank them. So thank you for walking the talk and bringing young people into that space. I'd now like to pass it on to Daphne.
Hola. Listo. Oh my God. Gracias por la invitación a este espacio a favor de la seguridad digital para la niñez. Soy Daphne y estoy aquí en representación de todas las niñas, adolescentes y mujeres que han sufrido la violencia digital, por las juventudes diversas que se expresan por redes sociales para ser entendidas y valoradas y por entornos digitales más seguros para todas. Para mí es una prioridad hablar de estos temas porque aún somos muy pocas las personas que abordamos la seguridad digital con seriedad. Muchas personas han pasado por situaciones de riesgo en línea, pero actualmente se tiende a normalizar estos problemas, quitándole la importancia que se merecen. Necesitamos cambiar esta perspectiva y crear conciencia de que la seguridad digital es esencial y merece toda nuestra atención. Siento que mi experiencia como persona joven, como mujer y como quien ha vivido los diversos retos y riesgos del mundo digital me ha permitido llegar a hablar con ustedes. Todo lo que diré el día de hoy lo traigo de mis vivencias y de mis amigas, lo que he presenciado navegando en Internet y desde el contexto de personas jóvenes que he podido acompañar con mi liderazgo. Gracias.
Thank you so much, Daphne. That was very insightful, and I'm very happy that you're here and bringing your experience and also bridging in the experiences of the young people that you're around. Next, I'd like to pass it off to Rhiannon.
Hi, thank you. I'm here as a survivor of somebody. I have lived experience of technology-assisted child sexual abuse, and that is what we're here to talk about. As we've already said, it's so important to have people with lived experience and young people in the room as part of all of these conversations. To steal a phrase, nothing about us without us, we should be in every room. We can tell you what the impacts are. We can tell you what works and what doesn't, and we can tell you what we feel needs to change. And together, we can collaborate to make that change a reality.
Dr. Abdi, if you'd like. Teamwork makes the dream work.
I need tech help. Thank you. I represent a child rights organization. And one of the gravest violations of child rights is violence against children. A child faces, whether that child is in Gaza or in Stockholm, the minister was telling us earlier on, violence, especially nowadays, online violence, is a grave violation which we are all addressing. Thank you.
That was right on time. And finally, Dr. Najat.
Yes, I agree with you. I have a long title. Why I am here, to be very frank with you, because we are lagging behind. Because, sorry, technologies are evolving very quickly, and our response are really lagging behind. I am here because violence against children, online and offline, there is no frontier. It can start online, ending offline, and coming back online. And I am here because it's one of the most important concerns of children and young people I meet every part in the world.
You know, and that was very insightful. If I may, I want to have a little follow-up for you, Dr. Najat. So you're leading on this critical agenda in your work. Could you tell us a little bit more about what are some of your priorities in the fields that you're in and in the future plans that you hold? Specifically, in how are you connecting with grassroots organizations, grassroots movements, and children in the future? You have 4 minutes.
Because I need 1 year. Now, what I am doing, you know, my mandate is a mandate that is a global advocacy independent mandate, really to remind the commitment made many years ago when the UN Global Study was launched on 2006, and the mandate was creating 15 years ago, just to let you know, really to follow up. The recommendations are still relevant today, and after you have the Agenda 2030 that have some SDGs related to violence directly and to others. And my priority, you know, it's really to have a bottom-up approach. We cannot sit, you know, behind, you know, computer or in our office and decide what. I think what it's really important is to build on what is happening. For me, the political time is not the time of children. We are spending a lot of time, to be very frank, and this is my concern, on resolutions that we have a lot of difficulties to implement. In national plans, we need them, but we need to act very, very quickly. So for me, why my priority is that violence is a cross-sectoral agenda. Violence, the same child could be victims of various forms of violence in many settings, and we know the root causes, and we know the impact, and we know the cost of not doing it, and we know the return on investment. So my really fight since, and it is why I am here today, and I am happy to be part of this conference to bring decision makers, but all the other stakeholders, really to speak out of the box, to have a kind of self-criticism, because I think we can make it. For me, it's important. When I see, you know, multi-alliance, we have we know that it's multi-stakeholders, you know, approach. We know it. But in the same time, what is important is why we are not building bridges, you know, between all these multi-stakeholders. This is a problem for me. Why the poor countries and the local level is not benefiting, you know, from many things. The other point is also regarding, you know, I am a big defender of children involvement, empowerment, and seeing them as part of the solution. So for me, it's a big issue really to make sure that they are embedded in the design of the policies and the implementation and the monitoring. And one important thing for me is really making sure that all of us put our flags and logos behind doors and really push the agenda and thinking about children. And when I am telling that, and I'm not stupid, but it is an investment. We cannot build people-centered development that is sustainable without investing in people since the early childhood and through a life cycle approach. I am working with grassroots, level because I am doing country visits. When I am doing country visits, it's not only meeting, the policymaker, yes, but I am meeting them after having seen what is going on. Building on, the points, listening to children, listening to communities, listening to faith-based organizations, listening to parliament, to national human rights institutions, to, the whole to have a picture. It's not an easy task. But also what I found, and I want really to recognize, I found wonderful, committed policymakers. And it's really important to help them because the problem of child protection is under mainly one minister, the Ministry of Social Development and the big title, but without enough budget and without enough political power to make all these people, working together. Because it's not only about coordination and working together and building alliance, it's about accountability. Who is doing what? And here, for me, what is important is how we are enhancing, because we can make it. To be very frank, we can make it. We have all the evidence. We know what to do. But why we are not doing it, this is a big question for me, because it has to be a priority and commitment that is translated into concrete services that reach all children and mainly the most vulnerable.
Wow, 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 wow. Thank you, Dr. Najat. So, Dr. Abdi, UNICEF is leading in championing children's rights. How are you seeing digital technologies impact children's rights to protection from violence? You have 4 minutes.
Thank you. I will probably yield some of that to Najat.
Yes. Don't forget.
But, first of all, I think I want to acknowledge the many partners that are in this room that are leading this agenda, particularly civil society organizations. I think it's thank you for what you're doing day in and day out. Now, those of us who have been in this field for a long time, before we even called it child protection, we used to call it children in especially difficult circumstances and just identify one children. Just remember, 2000, there were only 6% of the global population that had access to internet. Today, that number is 66% and is moving very fast, which in a way is very good that it provides particularly young people and children technologies that did not exist before, which can help them learn, socialize, play. But at the same time, it has brought to the risks that they face to a level that we have never seen before. And it's increasing. I think for that reason, it's very important that that we integrate online safety into the to what the governments are doing, the laws that Najat was talking about, the policies and so on. And this dichotomy of offline and online is not anymore relevant. And I think that, I hope that from this conference that will come out a strong commitment by governments that online safety is as important as violence, offline violence.
Thank you, thank you. And if I may, I do have a follow-up because we're in the space with so many government agencies. So what are UNICEF's key asks to governments to combat the forms of violence that we see online?
Two main asks, yeah. I'll just do two. One, of course, is the integration of digital safety into laws and policies of government. And I think Minister Gronwall spoke on that very well. The second one is to put child rights at the center of digital governance. And I think that would include from educating parents and educators and to the government, to requiring tech companies to do child rights due diligence, to holding them accountable, as we have heard from the minister also say. So those are the things that we are asking governments to do in this meeting.
And Najat, did you have something to add to that?
Yes, yes. I just want to add to what Omar was telling. I think what is important is using the opportunity to make sure the Pact for the Future and the Global Digital Compact was adopted. And I think we are speaking a lot about, raising awareness of children, empowering them how to protect themselves, parents how to educate. But I think the big role really, and the ICT sector we need to have strong mandatory regulation, because child safety by design and child privacy, because we spoke a lot about violence online, but all the data who are collected, and we have many difficulties. We have some who are doing voluntary approach, and this cannot continue like that. And this, we need all governments really to make sure that child safety by design, that child privacy by design is mandatory, and child rights impact assessment is done before launching. This, for me, is one key, really, in addition to the other thing. It's really, we have to make sure that it's really in place.
Prioritize, it's mandatory, absolutely. Rhiannon, from your lived experience and the insights that you gain from it, what do you think is needed to prevent some of the horrible crimes that we're seeing and some of the violations we're seeing in the online world or in person? Or,
big question.
Oh yeah, you have 4 minutes.
Okay, let's go. I think in terms of prevention, I think that we need to look bigger. I think we see a lot of initiatives which focus on, like you said, educating children, which is absolutely, it's vital. Children need that agency. They need to feel involved in their own safety. But alongside those initiatives, we also need to be looking not at children, at perpetrators. It's not children that cause this harm. They are subject to it. It's perpetrators. We need to look at them. And we need to be looking much earlier. We need to be looking at harmful sexual behavior in schools. We need to be looking at, adverse childhood experiences. Who is perpetrating this? Why are they perpetrating it? How do we identify them very early, and how do we stop them before it happens? That is what prevention looks like to me. We talk about we're here to talk about the digital space, but as we've rightly seen, we've heard, there is no divide between online and offline. There are lots of things that feed into prevention online, but we need to be looking at preventing child sexual abuse more generally, identifying those perpetrators and stopping them before they cause any harm. I think I also want to say something about support as well, because while prevention is absolutely essential on one hand, we have hundreds of thousands of children who have already been harmed, and we need to be looking at how we can help them recover, how we can help them to get justice. And there are lots of barriers in place at the moment. We see waiting lists for therapeutic support, months, years long. Children not able to access that therapy. I myself waited for 9 years. It's outrageous. We should never be waiting for support. It should be available the moment it's requested. We see children and victims unable to access ISVAs and CHISVAs, independent sexual violence advocates, because there isn't enough capacity in the system. We see professionals who aren't equipped with the knowledge, the experience, the skills, and the confidence to respond to children in a way that does no further harm. All of these things, we need to be upskilling our capacity across the system. I'm a huge fan of, I don't have too long to go into it, but I'm a huge fan of the Barnahus system. I think we need to see more piloting of this. We need to see more rollout of this, where children can come into one space, tell their experience once, not being re-traumatized over and over again. And every professional that is needed is in that location, ready to support. a true multi-agency system. I would love to see that. I think that would have an incredible impact on the recovery journey of children who have been harmed in this way. And just my final point, I have 36 seconds. These things all need to be informed by true participation of lived experience. Co-production, collaboration, inputting from day one of an idea being formed. We need to have lived experience and young people feeding into these initiatives. 12 seconds left.
Beautiful. We love when people stay within the time. Thank you. And I mean, speaking of young people, we have Daphne here. You're young too, Najat. Daphne. Daphne is here, and from the perspective of fellow peer, fellow young person. So what has been your experience in the online world as a young person so far, especially in terms of like some of the opportunities that you see, and also some of the risks that you also foresee or have experienced? And I think for translation, I'll say the second one as well. What do you think is needed to ensure digital platforms are safe for children to feel supported by adults?
Muchas gracias. Bueno, como influencer saludable en Fundación Plan, he tenido la oportunidad de llegar a personas jóvenes y promover hábitos saludables como una buena alimentación, la prevención del consumo de tabaco y alcohol y la práctica de actividad física. También trato temas de género, derechos sexuales y reproductivos, prevención del suicidio, gestión de emociones, amor propio y derechos y deberes juveniles. Además, he difundido actividades y talleres artísticos enfocados en la prevención del consumo de spa, todo esto por medio de redes sociales. Internet ha sido un espacio donde puedo expresarme, aprender y conectar con otros y otras. Muchas personas jóvenes utilizamos las redes sociales para expresar y recibir apoyo, encontrando un espacio seguro para compartir creatividad y pensamientos. Sin embargo, también he identificado varios riesgos en línea que me preocupan y que quisiera destacar. Primero, uno de los aspectos que más me preocupa es la violencia de género presente en el contenido de ciertos influencers o creadores, quienes en repetidas ocasiones promueven aptitudes y discursos que refuerzan roles y estereotipos de género. Un ejemplo de esto fue que escuché a uno decir que es un deber de la mujer realizar tareas domésticas como barrer y doblar la ropa de su pareja, sugiriendo que ese es el rol que debería cumplir dentro del hogar. Aunque reconoció que su comentario podría considerarse machista, lo justificó diciendo que a todo hombre le gustaría que su mujer le doblara la ropa. Este tipo de mensajes afecta especialmente a niñas y adolescentes, quienes se ven enfrentadas a barreras cotidianas que limitan su desarrollo y bienestar. En segundo lugar, como mencionaba, he sido testigo de cómo las redes sociales se han convertido en un espacio donde la juventud expresa sus emociones de manera muy abierta. Si bien estas plataformas pueden ser útiles para identificar posibles casos de ideación suicida o trastornos emocionales, actualmente muchas publicaciones se perciben simplemente como algo gracioso o sin importancia. Conozco 2 casos cercanos en los que sucedió esto. A pesar de que estas personas dieron señales de alerta en redes sociales, no se tomaron acciones preventivas. Es necesario mitigar situaciones de riesgo como el suicidio y comenzar a ver las plataformas digitales como herramientas para identificar y dar seguimiento a la salud emocional de las juventudes. Tercero, las familias a veces sin darse cuenta pueden exponer a los menores de edad a riesgos al publicar sus fotos en redes sociales. Aunque puede parecer inofensivo, el mundo digital es un lugar peligroso, en donde estas imágenes pueden ser usadas por personas con malas intenciones para pornografía infantil o distribución de contenido a personas pedófilas, e incluso existen grupos encubiertos donde estos perfiles pueden acceder a estas fotografías. De la mano va la producción y distribución de este contenido, haciendo que las adolescentes y mujeres jóvenes, por circunstancias de pobreza, tengan que recurrir a estas prácticas y muchas de ellas siendo menores de edad, todo por la manera tan fácil y accesible de divulgar estos materiales y el ingreso que este trata. El cuarto riesgo que he vivido y que afecta principalmente a niñas y adolescentes es el ciberacoso y la violencia sexual en línea. Nos enfrentamos a mensajes no deseados, recibimiento de contenido sexual que no hemos pedido, extorsión para obtener contenido íntimo y al control o vigilancia de nuestras parejas, llegando a la coerción o amenaza. La eliminación y bloqueo de esos perfiles no siempre resultan efectivos, lo que permite que estos agresores regresen y continúen afectando a otras niñas, adolescentes y mujeres. Es crucial abordar este problema de manera integral para garantizar un entorno digital más seguro y protector para todas. Es un entorno donde he visto tanto oportunidades de conexión y aprendizaje como riesgos de acoso y violencia que afectan principalmente a nosotras, las niñas y mujeres. Gracias.
You heard it here, folks, directly from a young person. The challenges that we face in the online world are so vast, so vast. And it's only going to get more complex if we don't get ahead of it. Is there enough time for the little closing question? Yeah? Yeah? Okay. Let's make it like a 30-second response, if you could. If you had one ask for your fellow speakers and the 200 plus people that are in this space and tuned in online, what would it be? Okay, so I was waiting for the translation. Let's start off with Rhiannon.
Okay, have a conversation. And not just with the people that are in this room or that work in the area that we work in, because we're all super confident in having these conversations about tech-assisted child sex abuse. Abuse thrives in silence. We need to shine a light on it. And that starts by having the conversations. And that leads to creating an environment where children feel able to come and talk to us when they're concerned. It leads to victims and survivors feeling able to disclose their abuse and get the support they need many years down the line, or to sit on a stage like this and tell you about what we need. All of that starts with a conversation. Please speak about it.
That line, silence, silence, it just creates a system of complicity and creates the cycles, and it makes it worse. So, Dr. Abdi, would you like to?
Yeah, thank you. We will have about 80 ministers in this forum, plus many other policymakers. It is a great opportunity to not only advocate for integrating online and offline, but also building collaboration among governments. Because online violence, unlike offline, doesn't know borders. Unless we all collaborate, we won't be able to address online violence.
Thank you. Dr. Najat?
I agree with my predecessor regarding that. The list is long, but I think what is important, yes, using this opportunity to be all of us here, really to move forward. And we have many things to build on. This is very important. But I need also to remind that the online sector, this is very important because we can listen to children online, but they are using it for expressing themselves. And I need to remind one other issue. You have more and more children who are human rights defenders, who are environmental defenders, and because they are expressing themselves online, they are arrested. So I think, and you have more and more children, my God, because of reporting that are, developing application better than the adults, reaching the others, the peer support. We need also, while we are fighting all these risks, really giving the opportunity of children to be part of the solution, and we can learn a lot from them.
You got this.
Gracias. Bueno, para mí es fundamental que existan mecanismos de protección y prevención más eficaces. Pienso que las redes sociales deben tener sistemas de alerta en situaciones de riesgo como el suicidio, que identifiquen lenguaje asociado a estos problemas y ofrezcan ayuda oportuna. También es importante contar con medidas específicas para la violencia de género y el ciberacoso, especialmente para niñas y adolescentes, quienes solemos ser las más afectadas. Las plataformas deben ser responsables de evitar que fotografías de menores de edad caigan en manos equivocadas, implementando controles que identifiquen a perfiles sospechosos y eviten que este tipo de contenido sea sexualizado. Además, las herramientas para denuncia se deben fortalecer, aumentar la edad del uso de redes sociales, dado que la edad mínima de uso es de 13 años y 16 en algunas, pero solo en el caso de la Unión Europea. Permitir informes que se integren en sistemas de responsabilidad penal, en donde se tenga un perfil de este agresor y las redes sociales tengan acceso a estos reportes, pues muchas veces los perfiles bloqueados vuelven o se crean nuevos para seguir con las mismas acciones. Las personas adultas también juegan un papel crucial. Deben conocer estos riesgos, evitar exponer innecesariamente a menores en redes sociales y apoyarlos en situaciones de acoso o violencia. Generar un soporte pedagógico dentro de las redes de los padres en donde ambas cuentas sean vinculadas y así se le disponga un material de cuidado parental, fácil de entender y a la mano. Entonces, para que el entorno digital sea seguro, necesitamos que las plataformas refuercen sus mecanismos de seguridad y que personas adultas tomen un papel activo, consciente y solidario en la protección de la niñez y la juventud. Gracias.
Thank you so much for those words. If I were to bridge a sort of common theme through most of the responses I heard, is that knowledge is power, right? Information is so crucial, especially in providing, for example, working with young people, myself, and hearing some of my peers. We want more digital literacy resources. We want to know how to navigate the online world. We want to talk to other peers who have experienced it. As a survivor, it really helped me to hear and be in a community of people who have experienced it, who are strategizing, who are in discussion, who are in these spaces, willing to make change and are supported to make the change as well. So thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for coming, and thank you for all of the wonderful insights. See you all soon.
Everybody, another panel is about to start. So this is not the end, even though it was like a mic drop. So let's just give it one more moment, and then the next panel is about to begin. So if you can please take your seats as we continue to the next panel. Ian, over to you.
Okay, hello everyone. Bienvenidos a todos y a todas. It is an absolute pleasure to be here in Bogota, to be here in Colombia, and to be taking forward this absolutely fascinating panel with a phenomenal group of experts that I have sitting to my left. I'm in Drennan. I'm the executive director of WeProtect Global Alliance, which is the largest and most diverse multi-sector network dedicated to ending child sexual abuse and exploitation online. And for us, knowledge, which is the subject of this panel, is an absolutely critical objective because it's only by knowing and understanding the problem that we're able to respond effectively. Just yesterday, I was spending time with one of our members here in Colombia, Red Papaz, and we went to two very, very different schools. We went to a public school and we went to a private school, and we were speaking to adolescents, 14 to 17-year-olds, about how they're experiencing the digital world. What are their concerns? What do they see for the future? And I think there were a couple of really important messages that came through for this panel. I think first thing is that the issue of childhood sexual violence is a truly global one, and that we are coming into a common vocabulary of using the same platforms. They were talking about TikTok, they were talking about Facebook, they were talking about Google. And I think in that respect, the world has become a lot smaller. And I think whatever myth there might have been that this is something that happens in the United States, it happens in Europe, but it doesn't happen elsewhere, that is completely blown out the window. The big youth populations, they're in the global majority. So it's fascinating to hear their concerns. The other thing is the interconnected nature of this problem. We're going to be bringing that out in this panel. It's, you know, they were coming at this from all kinds of different angles. They were talking about their concerns about their personal information being shared. They were talking about deepfakes. They were talking about concerns about misinformation, disinformation. And I think childhood sexual violence, child sexual abuse and exploitation sits at the center of a nexus that links into violence in the physical world, it links into gender-based violence, it links into other forms of online harms like cyberbullying, and we need to recognize that complexity and that breadth. So I'm going to be quiet now because I'm going to pass over to our panel to tell us more. So first of all, I'm going to go to Julie Cordova. So Julie, could you tell us a bit about your role at Thorn, which is one of our members, one of the leading organizations in this space, and about technology trends, risks, and how this problem is developing over time?
Sure, thank you. And thank you all for being here, and Ian and all of the panelists. For those of you who aren't familiar with Thorn, we're a nonprofit that works to transform how we protect children from sexual abuse and exploitation in the digital age. And we do that through three core areas of work. The first is research. So speaking about putting children's voices at the core of everything that we do, we've talked to thousands of children over the last 5 years, and we publish all of that hoping to spur the ecosystem forward in a lot of different ways. The second area of focus for us is technical innovation. So we actually spend a lot of time working with new technologies to both understand how they will create harm for children, but also how they can be used as part of the solution. And then the third area of focus for us, which is actually probably an area that's unique to our organization, is how we combine those two areas of expertise, deep knowledge around children's experiences online with deep technical knowledge to then actually scale solutions. Because I think as a field, we do a lot of innovation, but the real trick is how do you get them to scale? So we're fairly young still in that approach, but over the last 12 months, we've helped our tech partners process nearly 100 billion files to detect child sexual abuse material. And we're only working with a handful of companies. And so we have a long way to go as a field, but I think one of the points I wanted to make today is with how fast technology is evolving, we have to start to integrate as a field the builders with the protectors, who I see many of us being those protectors. And just to give a sense of the speed of innovation, I was looking back at history. So it took 68 years for us to get as a society to 100 million cars on the road. We let go of horses and we said we like the technology of cars. Fast forward, it took 4 years for 100 million people to get on social media. It took 1 year for 100 million people to get on TikTok, and it took 2 months for 100 million people to use ChatGPT. In the next 5 to 10 years, we're going to add quantum computing to everything that we're doing, and the speed of innovation is going to skyrocket. And if we think about what the effect of that will be if we don't fully integrate our technologists, our builders, with our protectors, is quite worse off than we are today. And if you think about some of the platforms, like when we talk about like an AI chatbot and how quickly AI was adopted by our children, I don't know how many of you use Snapchat. Okay, so we are not all my kids or many kids around the world. But for many of you, if you don't know, Snapchat implemented an AI chatbot as a default friend on their platform. So our kids didn't even have to adopt AI chatbots if they were using Snapchat. It was integrated and it was right there. And so that speed of technical adoption is so quick for our kids. And so one, I think my message is just us fully understanding how fast technology will evolve, which means we as a field need to evolve how quickly we gather insights from children, having children at the table when we are creating solutions, how we're sharing information as a field. And then my second thought is, how do we blend, like I said, protectors and builders? Meaning, I think many of us should look for jobs in tech companies. I think we should have a seat at the table. I think many of us should have seats on boards of these companies. And I think that many of our civil society and organizations and government should have technologists within them, and really create this mesh framework that's going to move us forward, where we're operating as an entire unit of society that believes that we can do better for our kids in a technology-forward universe.
Thank you so much, Julia. This, it just reminds me of a quote, the guy called E.O. Wilson, who's a thinker coming out of biology, but he said, we have Paleolithic emotions, medieval institutions, and godlike technology, and it is terrifically dangerous. So I think we need, I think Julie brought out that incredibly well, that predicament that we face. Moving on now to Daniel Cartfeld-Winter. You've been leading research on online protection in over 40 countries over the past decade, including Disrupting Harm, which is a fabulous research project that Safe Online have been funding. Love to know what you've been discovering in this diverse group of countries, and what online harms look like in these different regions.
Thank you so much, Ian. Absolutely. I'm very happy to be here. And indeed, my team and I at UNICEF, we've been working on this for about a decade, doing research with children and families on their experiences of online harms, exactly for the reasons actually that Rhiannon mentioned, which is to bring children's voices and lived experience to the forefront of these debates. Incredibly important. I will share some insights from the Disrupting Harm project, and this is a project that UNICEF runs together with ECPAT International and Interpol, indeed with Safe Online support. It's a large-scale, multi-sectoral, multi-country research project that we've implemented in 25 countries to date. You can see those on the slide there. The project basically describes children's experiences of online sexual abuse and how the social service workforce, justice sector, and law enforcement professionals work on cases of online abuse. And it provides a roadmap, an evidence-informed roadmap for countries to strengthen legislation, the child protection system, as well as law enforcement capabilities to better prevent and respond to these issues. So as a baseline, we estimate that between 5 to 20% of children are subjected to some form of online sexual abuse every year. It depends a little bit on the country. That data point is primarily for teenagers living in Africa and Asia, but the work we're just now wrapping up in Latin America, Middle East, and Eastern Europe are actually quite similar. So this includes experiences like being sent unwanted sexual images, children being contacted online and asked to share sexual images, or being threatened and blackmailed to share sexual images, or having their own private images shared online. So these are really serious issues that we also see in our research has severe negative impacts on children's mental health, as the Swedish minister was mentioning. We see that most children experience online sexual abuse on social media platforms. What's happening here? And social media is a really important part of children's lives, but that really shows that social media companies also need to do much more to prevent these issues. In many countries, the most common perpetrator of these acts is actually someone the child already knows. So it could be a friend, someone in the family, someone in their community. They often meet at school. But the stranger as a perpetrator, is still fairly common. And this is why we do so much national level research, because it's a little bit different from country to country, and that really matters for prevention and response. A very consistent finding from our work is that around 1 in 3 children never disclose their abuse to anyone. And this is a big problem because it means they might not get the support they need and the perpetrator will not get caught. And the most common reason that children give for not disclosing is because they don't know who to go to. They don't know where to seek help. They're embarrassed. They feel guilty. In our research with survivors, we see that a lot of them blame themselves for what happened. And here I think we as adults have a lot of work to do to make sure that children don't blame themselves, that they know it's not their fault if they're abused, and that they know where to go for help. And I'll end by saying that from what we've learned, many children who experience online sexual abuse, they have also experienced sexual violence in person. And we think, and this was alluded to also on the previous panel, we think this is because many acts of sexual violence today, they just involve a digital element in some way. And this is why we really need to account for the digital environment when we work to prevent violence against children more broadly. And there are specific challenges related to digital technology in the context of violence prevention that we really need to account for. But having said that, I also think we can learn a lot from existing research and proven solutions to end violence against children more broadly to address online violence. And so just to round off, I very much agreed with what Rhiannon said. I mean, in most countries, what we need is this broader upskilling of people working in the system, of parents, and so on and so forth. This is exactly what the Disrupting Harm Project can do for countries, and so I really hope that that can remain a cornerstone of our global evidence generation efforts. Thank you.
Many thanks. So moving on now to Debbie Fry from the Child Light Institute. You've been working on a global index around this issue, sort of no small feat. But tell us what you've been learning about prevalence and the challenges and opportunities in that space.
Yeah, thank you, Ian. And it is no small feat. So Child Light has produced a global index called Into the Light, which seeks to better understand the prevalence and nature of child sexual exploitation and abuse, both globally, regionally, and also nationally. So looking at all types, including online CSEA. And we look at a number of data points or indicators across 3 main areas. Victimization, so how many children are affected globally? What do we know about the nature of CSEA? Perpetration, what data exists, both from surveys, but also administrative data that law enforcement holds and others around the nature of perpetration. And third is around child sexual abuse material. So what do we know about the scale and the nature of images and videos online? And what we can share, from our learning of the first Into the Light Index, which we launched this year, which had a particular focus on online CSEA. The first thing, and I think this goes back, Ian, to how you opened up as well, is that online CSEA is prevalent in every country where it's measured. Our estimates show that 300 million children have experienced at least one type of technology-facilitated child sexual exploitation and abuse in the past year globally. So I think this really goes to the scale issue as well. So when we're asking questions about online abuse or technology-facilitated abuse, it can double or triple our other prevalence estimates. And you can see, you know, the scale of the issue behind every number there is a child. The second key thing is that we can't, because of the scale of the issue, we can't police our way out of this. It's really incredibly important that we take a public health approach, both in our messaging, and I think Marija opened it up perfectly. It is preventable. We really need to see this as a hidden pandemic. And then thirdly, we can improve the data foundations. It's very complex. We're measuring lots of different things in lots of different ways. But by systematically documenting our current evidence base, which is what the Into the Light Index is doing, and looking at that over time, we'll start to see where those data gaps are, where they exist, which countries, which regions, and we can also see where we can improve our data foundations. And we are really keen to work with partners to improve the data landscape so that everyone can have accessible data that's easy to understand about what it includes or doesn't include, that can be used to help us both respond in real time and also prevent it from ever happening in the first instance. So thank you.
Some really positive words there about us progressively, I think, filling in those gaps and recognizing this is going to be a long-term effort. Moving on to Britta from World Childhood Foundation, who have been doing huge amounts of work in the research space. Wanted to talk particularly about AI. It's the subject on everyone's lips at the moment, but I'm really interested in how it might be used to help to understand and respond to the crime. And what have you been able to learn about this within the ecosystem?
Thank you. So I represent World Childhood Foundation, which is a Swedish foundation founded by Her Majesty Queen of Sweden, Queen Sylvia. And when we marked our 20th anniversary in 2019, she actually wanted us to look forward and see kind of what are the potential kind of risks for children moving on, not only look backwards. So she actually initiated a roundtable meeting at the palace about kind of AI and how AI can be used to accelerate the fight against child sexual abuse. So since then, we have been working fairly intensively with that. And I must say, just echoing Julian and everybody, it is moving so fast. So in 2019, when we were thinking about this, it was still futuristic and something that nobody really knew anything about it, what it was. It's just a cool word. And now it's just in everybody's pocket, including children's pockets. What worries me is that the people who want to use technical development, including AI, to harm children, they seem to be even more determined and maybe even more creative than we who are using it to protect children. And I think that's done in two ways. Some people, deliberately use technique to harm children. I think most of you have heard about generative AI and that there are now tools that fairly easily perpetrators can, either through using pictures of children who have already been sexually abused or just kind of ordinary pictures of children that they can adapt and create their own child sexual abuse material, but they can also write prompts and create kind of materials kind of using their own just fantasy. But there are also situations where technique is used in kind of without kind of unintentionally to harm children. And one of the things we see is the algorithms in social media that are actually sometimes pushing or kind of nudging people towards groups where it's normalized to sexually abuse or not sexualize children. And from those groups, they can also be linked to end-to-end encrypted groups where they share abuse. But so that said about the risks, there are a lot of opportunities, and I want to kind of focus even more on that. And our mission all the time has been to be concrete, to start small, to be pragmatic, and use whatever the data we have available, and also within the legislation that we have. So we have a couple of examples that we are kind of doing just to inspire, because I think this is what we all should do. So, for example, we're piloting a model that helps child helplines document and categorize their chat conversations with children. And beyond saving the volunteers' times, it also makes the documentation much more trustworthy and comparable. And it also helps them much quicker identify patterns and new risks that the children speak about. We have piloted a model helping law enforcement identifying patterns and potential high-risk users in seized darknet fora for people who are searching and sharing child sexual abuse material. There's a lot of kind of information in those fora where we can learn about the pathways to offendings. We're discussing with researchers on how AI can be used to categorize and analyze free text responses in qualitative surveys. So think, for example, about the VAC surveys, about the work that you're doing. With AI, we can be so much faster and smarter. During this autumn, we have been working with Interpol DevOps, Global Emancipation Network, and many organizations here today in developing an AI model that can help transcribe and categorize child sexual abuse material that has been seized by the police. Something I believe can be a game changer that both makes police investigations and court processes much more effective, but also reduces the secondary trauma for those who otherwise need to do that work manually. We need to use the technology and the humans. Some lessons learned. One, AI is a very good entry point to engage new people in prevention of child sexual abuse including engaging new resources. There are a lot of resources in AI, less so in prevention of child sexual abuse. Use that resources. And also we spend a lot of time speaking with researchers, with tech peoples and others, trying to make them understand that they can be part of the solutions. And they often are very interested. But we need to drive it because we understand the problem and they can help us with the solution. I'll stop there because my time is up. There's more.
So I think the lesson there is find Britta afterwards, and there's a whole lot more to talk about, but a key issue that we're looking at. So I think we're coming now full circle, because Julie said we need to be working within tech companies, and what better introduction for Maria Cristina MC, who's Latin America representative for Meta, and who we've worked very closely with on the World Economic Forum Global Coalition on digital safety. So I'd love to hear your perspectives from working within the Latin America region on this issue.
Sure, thank you. I'm very grateful and humbled to be here and part of this panel. I hear all of you. I think the work that we've been doing for over a decade in terms of protection and looking at the protection aspect from the design, right, of the features and the platforms that we work with, and the constant improvement that requires, because the aggressions do evolve over time. So as I was listening to all of you, it made me think, gosh, I know there was a question out there on new trends, right? But the trends are constantly evolving, and I think the work that I want to highlight from Meta is, this includes LATAM, right? The work that we've done here is the partnerships that we've developed with Thorn, with Tech Coalition, with the Secretary General Office on Ending Violence, with UNICEF, and with a number of local organizations who really put in front of us, right, what is happening and how are these aggressions developing. We have zero tolerance to any kind of dissemination or production or just abuse in general, especially against children on our platforms. That means we need to think about it from a sort of different perspectives, right? First of all, we have the policies and that allow us to take down content, but also with AI, as you were mentioning, Brita, we have been able over the years to make sure that we detect the content before it's even, published. And with that, we are sure to report that to authorities, right? So that kind of completes the circle when it comes to child sexual abuse material, right? And we work with the National Center on Missing and Exploited Children and the local authorities to make sure that those investigations can happen as soon as possible, right? When the abuse is finally detected. But the work that we've been doing for a number of years now, I got tricked. I got 2 minutes, but you all got 5. So I'm gonna keep going for a little more. Is how do we work on prevention, right? It's not enough to just wait for the harm to happen, and we need to look and how do we integrate measures that allow us to prevent the harm from happening in the first place. So that started to look at, okay, how do we design the features and then platforms? We take into account the best interest of the child framework, and with that, our product teams have to think about and have to go through different processes before they even design any kind of new feature to make sure that they're taking into account privacy and safety for children, for any teens that are gonna, be able to use our tools. But then we also work with experts in that whole process and make sure that we're integrating the knowledge that they're getting from survivors, that they're getting from working with authorities and in different countries. And then the features translate into things like, for example, we don't allow anyone to contact a teen without, or on Messenger or on messaging services without being first a contact. That is to prevent things like grooming, right? So we evolved our thinking on, we don't have to wait for things to be published. We're also trying to deal with contact harms, right? And so how do we implement a tool that builds friction into the experience from the beginning? So that's just one example. And then newer trends like sextortion, right? We've done really good work, thank you, with Thorn and with the Tech Coalition on how do we detect profiles that are functioning sort of in a scammy way and prevent those from accessing profiles of teens or those groups, right, that Brita brought up to engage with either other perpetrators or with teens that can sort of fall sort of for these harms. And then in the same sort of manner, what kind of tools can we design? So lately we announced a number of new features. I can go on and on this, but one of them that I'm really close to is the nudity prevention feature on messaging. And so I heard a number of you mention this, right? So even receiving pictures, that's the first sort of form of abuse. So any teen around the world has this feature turned on for them, and then adults can also turn it on. And what it does is basically when you get any sort of multimedia in your messaging, it's blurred. And it comes with a warning. Hey, are you sure you know this person? And do you want to open this? It might contain images, that we're detecting that are not good for you. So they're not allowed to open. And then they get safety messages in addition to not share further images within that conversation because of the risks. And those risks were developed in an informed way with some of the research that you all have done. And in a language, right, that can be understood quickly. And then always the reporting functions for any of these types of harms. I could go on and on, but I'm going to stop. So thank you for the space.
No, thank you so much. And it's an incredibly important part of our alliance in terms of engaging with everyone who has a stake in this issue. The technology sector, the private sector is so important to be involved in this process. So now I'm going to be very cruel to this panel of experts and academics who have knowledge coming out of their ears. I am going to ask each one to come up with one sentence based on your knowledge and understanding of the phenomenon. What would you like participants to remember from today's conversation? Because everyone's saying, our attention spans have been sort of so reduced by technology. I want one sentence So I am going to start with Britta and then move across till we get to MC.
Okay, you don't need to be the tech expert, but you need tech expertise at the table.
Countries are so different that we really, really need to continue national evidence generation efforts to inform our solutions.
Children can't wait. We need to be using our data now.
Create a local working group with multi-party stakeholders to drive measurable outcomes.
Call us into the conversations. We can offer the technical expertise and definitely bring back the learnings from what's happening locally.
So huge thanks to all the panel and for taking up my, again, rather cruel challenge there. And I think, how do I bring all of that together? I think what's really sort of hit home with me, I think, is that, first of all, this is a very complex problem. It is a global problem, but there are a lot of people working on this. I've been on this issue since 2017, and in that time, I think there's been huge progress that's been made in terms of chipping away at that wall of lack of knowledge that we had. I think we've made some major inroads there, and I think the projects that have been talked about today really bring that home. I think it's also really important to note that all of these projects need funding. They all need resource, and I just want to shout out to Safe Online here, who have been really flying the flag in terms of providing funding and support for these issues. Also Technology Coalition and World Childhood Foundation in terms of supporting these efforts, and Child Light, of course, to bring together more and more learning on this, because it's not to just do knowledge for its own sake. It's not to just do research so it sits on a shelf. It's to be actioned. It's for a purpose. It's to ensure that children are able to experience all the benefits and opportunities of the digital world. And that's why we're here. It's not a negative message. It's a positive message. We want to enable them to do this in safety and in security. So thanks to all of the participants. Please grab them afterwards if you have any questions at all. And please give them a big round of applause.
Thank you very much, Ian, and all the panelists. And with this, we are going to break for lunch. We have 1 hour, so please be back here at 12:45. We have an opportunity also during lunch, Lunch Connect. You know, today's spirit is also about meeting with technical experts, find the technical expertise that the panelists were mentioning. So look for a table that interests you. The names are there. Next to each table, our partners will be there to talk to you and explore ways that you can work together or learn more about the different topics. Look, back at 1:45. Thank you. Have a good lunch.
Step off the train, walking down the street. turn the page in time that I'll rearrange just a day or two. Close my eyes, but I couldn't find a way, so I'll settle for one day to believe you. Tell me lies. Tell me lies, tell me sweet little lies. Tell me lies, tell me lies. Oh no, no, you can't disguise. You can't disguise, you can't disguise. Although I'm not making plans, I hope that you understand there's a reason why. Close your eyes. No more broken hearts. We're better off apart. Let's give it a try. Tell me lies. Tell me lies, tell me sweet little lies. Tell me lies, tell me lies. Oh no, no, you can't disguise. You can't disguise, you can't disguise. Moving targets, living city lives, broken faces on the city night. Want a friendship, all the times the same. Following, moving closer, just following. I know where we're going. Keep on moving, changing motion. Keep on moving, lost in motion. Moving
lo voy a
she
averiguar.
doesn't care, she doesn't know about
Yeah,
anyone.
I don't think.
Ya lo averigué. No, de pronto no es, tú no estás ahí metida.
No, pero yo creo que fue que lo contrataron allá.
Yeah, she doesn't have a clue about
yeah.
a special person.
José, un favor, que a qué horas llega el...
I think, yeah, I think I can fix the mics.
I'll do it. Once 30 minutes.
Must have realized it wasn't the rain that made no difference, and I could have sworn it wasn't me. Yet did I also cuddly, almost slowly, plain for all to see. Please now, talk to me, tell me things I could find helpful. How can I stop now? There's nothing I can do. I lost my way. I've been losing you. I can still hear your screams competing. Your heat and yours like a snake. Now when the mirror stands half a man, I thought no one could break. It wasn't the rain that made no difference. Nervously dreaming on the runaway, but I want the guilt to get me, thoughts to wreck me, praying on my mind. Please now, talk to me, tell me things I could find helpful. Or how can I stop now? There's nothing I can do. So please now, talk to me, tell me things I could find helpful. Or how can I stop now? There's nothing I can do. I've lost my way. I've been losing you.
Better to have them in one place.
They're not
then-
using our smiley faces.
No. I don't know why. I mean, they wanted the traffic lights. I
Yeah.
brought them nice faces.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Hold on my heart. Just hold on that feeling.
Probably there's one of these missing. I don't know.
The one with the
We
missing. Oh, okay.
know it
They're all off. Oh, okay.
speak to me like constellations as we lie here. There's a magic I can't hold. Your smile of honey gold, and that you never seem to be in short supply of you. So baby, let's get it on. Drinking wine and killing time, sitting in the summer sun. You know I wanted you for long. Why'd you have to drop that bomb on me? Lazy days, crazy dawn. You say we've been friends too long. 7 days in sunny June were long enough to bloom. The flowers on the summer trees you wore this spring. The way we left, there's one, and then you dropped the bomb that I know you too long for us haven't stayed. So baby, let's get it on. Drinking wine and killing time, sitting in summer sun. You know I wanted you so long. Why you have to drop that bomb on me? Could resist the stories in your eyes. Turn off sullen wings, you fly away on. 7 days in summer June, long enough to bloom. The flowers on the summer's dress you wore this spring. Yeah, yeah. The way we left this one. Why did you drop the bomb on my shoe? So baby, let's get it on. Drinking wine and killing time, sitting in summer sun. You know I wanted you so long. Why you have to drop that bomb? Could it be this? The honeysuckle blaze you seem to show me. Could it be this? For 7 days in June it wasn't lonely. Could it be this? You never give me time to say I love you. Could it be this? I know you don't believe me, but it's so true. Don't walk away from me, girl. I read the stories in your eyes. Don't you walk away from me. Yeah, yeah. I read the stories in your eyes. And you've been telling me we were friends for too long, yeah. I think I love you. I think I love you. When you have to drop a bomb on me. Yeah, yeah. Turn on my VCR, same one I've had for years. James Brown on the Tammy Show, same tape I've had for years. I sit in my old car, same one I've had for years. Old batteries running down, it ran for years and years. Turn on the radio, the static hurts my ears. Tell me where I should go, I ain't been out in years. Turn on the stereo, it's played for years and years. I know this reticence, it's all I own. When the world is running down, you make the best of what's still around. When the world is running down, you make the best of what's still around. Plug in my MCI to exercise my brain. Make records on my own, can't go out in the rain. Pick up the telephone, I've listened here for years. No one to talk to me, I've listened here for years. When Seemed take perfect for you.
If God had a name, what would it be and who would you call it to?
I let you get away with the things you said to me? Could it be I like you? It's so shameful of me. I like you. No one I ever knew or have spoken to resembles you. This is good or bad, all depending on my general mood. Why do you think I let you get away with all the things you say to me? Could it be I like you? It's so shameful of me. I like you. And magistrates bend their lives, hiding their mistakes. They look at you and I, and envy makes them cry. Envy makes them cry.
ponemos de una vez. Pero yo te robo baterías. Lo tiene. Se las va a cambiar por si las buscas.
This time killed me goodbye. Lately I've been staring in the mirror. Very slowly picking me apart. Try to tell myself I have no reason with your heart.
Ey, ey, sí, ey.
Just the other night while you were sleeping, I vaguely heard you whisper someone's name. When I ask you of the thoughts you're keeping, you just say nothing's changed. Well, I'm a man of many wishes. I hope my premonition misses, but what I really feel, my eyes won't let me hide, 'cause they always start to cry. 'Cause this time killed me goodbye, goodbye. Oh, I'm a man of many wishes. I hope my premonition misses, but what I really feel, my eyes won't let me hide, 'cause they always start to cry. 'Cause this time killed me goodbye. Searching for a destiny that's mine.
really magic in the air. Never let your feelings get you down. Open up your eyes and look around. It's just an illusion. 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 Could it be that it's just an illusion?
Welcome back. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the lunch. May I ask you to take your place, take your seat. We are going to start. Can we please take a seat? So we're going to start. We're going to share a video. Thank you very much. Please take your seat.
Imagine the most private, vulnerable moment of your life, and then imagine there being a photo of that.
When you're a child, you're malleable, and I think he really meticulously took his time.
It's all behind a screen. To find other people talking about you like that, it's pretty scary.
He posted my body on Instagram. I cannot even face people in school.
When I was 13, somebody started speaking to me online. She told me that I was beautiful. I was really shy. At 13, I had really low self-esteem, and it was kind of nice to hear that from her. She said that she was a 19, 20-year-old woman. She introduced the idea that maybe I could do topless modeling. Eventually, she convinced me, and I sent her a topless photo, and everything changed at that point. She was threatening me and saying that I needed to send more and more explicit photos. And when I said that I didn't want to, she said that she would make sure everybody saw the photos that I'd already sent. She said she'd spoken to her boss about me, and that he wanted to come and meet me to take some professional photos for a portfolio. It's kind of hard to explain the fear that you feel in that situation when you don't have a way out. A man came to my home the following morning and he sexually assaulted me in my bedroom. And he took photos of everything that happened. And he said that if I didn't do what he told me to do, he'd make sure everybody saw them. I felt like it was my fault.
I was 14 and I was in school, and me and my friend were just roaming around doing nothing. I was shown screenshots with conversations in vivid and graphic detail about my sexual activities and my body. Whatever allegations were made in the text were completely false, and I was horrified. What I felt was mostly confusion. The things they were talking about were so intimate. There were a lot of things that other person had said about what they've done to me, which really weren't true at all. It's scary because you don't really realize that people see you and know you till you find other people talking about you like that. You will still have to get up at 5:30 in the morning, get ready and, drag yourself to school. It was one of the most difficult phases in my life. Nobody, not even the police and not even any of my friends or me or the school, nobody could find out who sent those text messages or who that account belonged to. What happened to me makes me feel like no matter what you do, you're not going to be safe.
I got a friend request from somebody that was very well known in my small town. He really quickly reached out through a message and kind of immediately went into complimentary mode and trying to build a friendship with me. I was 12. It felt exciting. Part of the whole manipulation process was a lot of lies about his identity, who he was and who I was, and it was slowly breaking down myself and my trust with friends and family. He was able to slowly move into an abusive state. He reached out to me at one point and convinced me to sneak out. That night led to a physical assault. I snuck back in my window and was just so broken, upset by everything, and I just remember crying all night. For about 4 or 5 years, he abused me emotionally, physically, and sexually. One of his other victims spoke up. So, of course, the police got this and called my parents. I had kept these secrets for 4 years. It was the opposite of relief for me. It was like all of a sudden everything just fell apart. And I was piecing it all back together, trying to figure out what was even real.
Teachers and parents have been alerted to the risk of extortion scams, targeting teenagers after a sharp increase in the number of reported cases.
The person that I thought loved me, he started blackmailing me. He sent screenshots of videos and images of me that he recorded without my knowledge. He had told me that he was going to create fake accounts. When he created an Instagram account, he started blackmailing me. He told me to tell him when I want to be paying him, if it's weekly, monthly, or daily. And I told him I did not have money. He posted my body on Instagram, and he created another account on Telegram. He was telling people, 2 people each from my school, that he was going to give them my videos for free, and he posted me on TikTok. And that particular post went viral. I cannot even face people in school. I was just all by myself. My friends that I thought that were going to be there for me, that knew about it, most of them blocked me. He was arrested. That was the time everything calmed down a bit. I just wish that everybody in this kind of position that I'm in can just find justice.
No child should have to experience what I went through. We are still dealing with the same issues. The same thing that happened to me 20 years ago is still happening to children every day now.
tech companies and governments.
You did not keep me safe.
It's time to listen to survivors and protect children.
Take action now for a safe internet.
Free from sexual violence.
Free from sexual violence.
Free from sexual violence.
Free from sexual violence.
Hello, good afternoon. Let's all take a breath after that. That was very powerful. I want to ask, while the panel that we're going to have next comes up, I'm going to say a few words, so maybe just ask people to start making their way here for our next panel. And while we're doing that, I just want to take a moment to really appreciate the courage of the 4 individuals that participated in this film. We are the Brave movement. And we say we need to be brave so that children can be safe. But it's not just on survivors to be brave, it's on all of us to be brave. And I want to just acknowledge the courage it takes to speak publicly about this kind of an experience to help drive action. And in fact, my name is Daniela Ligiéro, and I am one of the co-founders of the Brave movement alongside 14 other amazing survivor leaders from around the world who have courageously come together to say enough is enough, and we are telling our own stories and our own experiences to help drive action. And the Brave movement is a movement of survivors and allies. It's not just survivors, it's all of us coming together, whether you were public or not as a survivor, or whether you're an ally, to try to create change on these important issues related to childhood sexual violence, including issues of online violence, but we are really working on this with a much broader frame. And I did want to say, you know, part of what's exciting for me about this panel now is that we're going to focus on solutions. But solutions always have to start with our own selves. So I just want to remind you all to take good care of yourselves during this conference. When you're looking at data, it's easy to forget that there's a child and a story and an experience behind each of those numbers. So I encourage you to go on the website for the event, where there are 4 individuals that are available to provide mental health support if you ever feel like it's too much, if you want to talk to someone, if you need to step outside and take a breath and come back, please do. Let's start with taking care of ourselves. And on that solutions piece, I'm so excited to have this amazing panel here today to talk about solutions, because there's a lot that needs to be done. And if you just look at the statistics and the numbers, it can feel overwhelming. And the good news is there are things we know work. There are things we know we can do to create a safer world for children. And it will take all of us. It will take survivors and allies. It will take technical experts and advocates. It will take policymakers and program implementers. It will take leaders and everyday citizens. It will take parents and friends. So all of it together is how we have to come up with the solutions that are going to work and to implement them. So I'm going to transition. All right. Hopefully that was a smooth transition. All right. Thank you so much. And again, I'm so excited to be moving from challenges to solutions as we are reminded of the urgency of this issue and how it demands action. Someone said earlier, Debbie, where's Debbie Fry? Children cannot wait. Yes, children cannot wait. So I want to start by going through the panel and asking a few questions of each of you. And as always, we have a bit of a challenge with time, so I'm going to ask everyone to keep to time. So, Afrouz, let's start with you. And in your role role at UNICEF, you've been able to oversee progress across multiple countries. And I'm wondering if you can tell us a little bit about what you're seeing as really promising and what you're seeing as some of the challenges as well. But hopefully focus a little bit more on the solutions and what we can do that works. Thanks.
Daniela, and good afternoon, everyone. It's a real privilege to be here. So in terms of promising solutions and what works, I think a key approach that we've heard throughout today's discussions is really the integration of online violence into existing systems of violence prevention and response. And for UNICEF, a lot of our work has been guided actually by the WeProtect Model National Response Framework, which I'm sure a lot of people in this room are familiar with. And that's particularly helpful because it really helps to kind of activate, mobilize, and coordinate across the different sectors that have to play a role. So we're talking about criminal justice, education, health, civil society, obviously the role of industry and the like. So really looking at how we can equip and engage all these different entities and capabilities in the country and across borders in order to respond to, you know, the challenges of technology facilitated or online violence. So I'll just point to a few examples of that in practice. So it has to occur at different levels. So we obviously have to have that legislative and policy framework really strong. I think there's been many, many gains in this field. You know, just looking at last year, Tunisia, for example, launching a new national plan of action which considers online violence, or the important amendments that were made in Malaysia to the criminal law, really building off the findings of the disrupting harm research and, you know, filling gaps there to better protect victims and witnesses. Then you look at the frontline service provision, so capacitating those entities that have to interact with children, and that do interact with children, that can play both a role in prevention and in response. So we've got, you know, great examples from Ghana there, from I'm trying to think of the different examples we have around the world, Nepal, Zimbabwe, where we've got capacity building of law enforcement, of social services and the like. And then that educative piece, which I think has also come out a lot, really embedding, you know, the online safety piece, but beyond the online safety, all the education that needs to happen around sexual violence prevention and healthy relationships, and really embedding that into, you know, formal national curriculums and other educative settings. So we've got examples there from Cambodia, from Bhutan, and even in Egypt. Our country office there has really been advancing that work. And particularly promising in that space is the work of peer education. So really trying to bridge that generational divide. And so there's an example from South Africa where UNICEF has been working with Save the Children, really looking at how to empower learners to then share that message with their peers, because obviously children speak to each other in a different way and messages get across differently if it's coming from your peers versus coming from your parents or, you know, your principal. And we also know from the data that children are more likely to disclose to their peers, so let's give them that, you know, knowledge to be able to respond appropriately. I love that timer. It's holding me accountable, so I'm just going to quickly highlight two needs because I think they're really important. Number one, there are, you know, many important gains, many important policies, but we do need to bridge that generational divide, you know, between policymakers and the experiences of children and the lived experience of survivors. So really making sure that policies and systems and solutions are informed by children and by survivors. I think that's key to going forward. And then the second piece is comprehensive response systems and services for survivors. We know that there are good practices. This is now on 0 and it is making me a bit nervous, but I'm going to finish my sentence if it's okay. There are good practices, but there's a lot we still don't know. So we're really excited to have a grant from Safe Online to look more at these multidisciplinary models of service provision and how they are responding in the digital age. I'll stop there.
All righty, we got it. I was told keep it on the timer. I love that. Very helpful. Thank you, Afrouz. So let's move now to South Africa. Sorry, I'm going to jump around. not in order. Nelly Schwa, it's so good to have you here with us today. Can you tell us a little bit about, South Africa is part of the group of countries that participating in disrupting harm, and we heard earlier about the data and the research that was collected there. Can you tell us a little bit about how that information has helped kind of shape a response within South Africa to these challenges?
Thank you, Daniela. Good afternoon, colleagues. And also thanks to the conveners of this conference for inviting South Africa to be part of this engagement to share best practices, but at the same time to learn on what is happening from other countries. But just to appreciate, the disrupting harm study, because it has really helped us to make some road-ins on what we need to do, basically strengthening, the child protection system in South Africa, which is even embedded within our legislative provisions, such as our Constitution, our Children's Act, the Sexual Offences and Related Matters Act, Cyber Crimes Act, because all these pull together, they contribute towards creating a safer space for children. I must indicate that as the country, we had to ensure that we put in place the coordinating structure, which was one of the recommendations from the disrupting harm. And what we see as the benefit of the coordinating structure is that it ensures that there is coordination of response and services across different key stakeholders within the child protection system. And that strengthens the collaboration and also closes the gaps in terms of, duplication of services within the limited resources, but at the same time, to also hold each other accountable in terms of progress made on services that are being rendered by various government departments, the NGOs, including the IT, Google South Africa, MTN, Media Monitoring South Africa, Media Monitoring Africa, being part of, those IT industries that engage, because we want to make sure that the internet space is safe for children. I must also indicate that with the support of UNICEF, South Africa, we have even managed to have, the implementation of these recommendations, especially the model of national response. And in addition to some of the learnings and the best practices that we also heard about from the previous panels, especially from the victims, closing gaps in terms of inadequacies for skilling of professionals. So as the country, we have developed the training manual, of course, again, with the support from UNICEF. And we didn't stop at the development of the training manual, but also conducted the training so that there is uniform understanding when it comes to issues of identification, referral, and also coordinated service provision. I must also indicate that the Department of Basic Education within the country is implementing what we call integrated online safety programs in schools, because we know that, children, statistics from Disrupting Harm did show that quite a percentage of children, use the internet at schools, and those are the areas where they can get exposed. Addressing the issues of education and awareness, in particular around digital literacy, running those education and awareness for parents and caregivers, also responding to the issue that parents are actually lacking knowledge, but we also understand the challenges that goes with that, because these children use smartphones, and in South Africa you find, children that are actually looked after by grannies, and so parents as well, they also get education and awareness. So I think I would rather stop there because I'm looking that my time is also running out. But I wanted to highlight that the education and awareness, especially for parents and caregivers, it's very key to identify those risk factors and build their capacity to protect themselves. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This is very effective, by the way. It starts to flash red, so it's hard to ignore. Right. Let's move over now from all the way to South Africa to Europe. Regina, let's go to you, and would love to hear more about, Council of Europe is really at the forefront on some of these issues and solutions. And I just want to acknowledge that the Brave movement is now has a seat as a permanent observer within the Council of Europe, and it's just been fantastic to work with you and to see so much that's being done there. So tell us a little bit more about what you're seeing in terms of solutions in Europe and emerging trends. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, indeed. And just want to echo what you said. I think it's been extremely helpful for the Council of Europe to receive the Brave movement. They are participating at every meeting of the Lanzarote Committee, which is, for us in the Council of Europe, one of the key solutions to holding policymakers accountable for changing legislation, policy, and practice in the member states. And so I want to thank survivors, of course, for participating with us, but also to recognize that children are a key part of the process in the context of the Council of Europe. So the Council of Europe is a regional human rights organization, the home to the European Convention and Court of Human Rights, and has 46 member states. So I just wanted to say that because we are here also with an audience of people who have probably never heard of the Council of Europe. But we have, I think the first trend for us is really to see that there is a very strong political commitment on the part of the Council of Europe member states to make sure that they are doing what they possibly can to protect children from online child sexual exploitation and abuse, and to make sure that the legislation for children is safe so that they can navigate safely. But it is not easy because the trends and the challenges, they are appearing every single day, and we need to keep track of what is happening, how the technology is developing in order to circumvent measures to keep children safe, and how the behavior of perpetrators is changing and how they are using the technology to harm children, including for economical. This is becoming a business, and I think we need to say it, and we need to be able to recognize that. The Council of Europe's strength as a solution, and the Lanzarote Committee as such is also, it is obviously, once a state ratifies the Lanzarote Convention, which is a convention open to all states, not just in Europe, it is the most comprehensive international treaty for the protection of children from sexual exploitation and abuse, and it is obviously also very complementary to the UNCRC optional protocol, and of course also to the WeProtect national model, national response, and of course also the UNICEF relevant frameworks. And I think this is very positive, and this is very good, and it is necessary for us to be going in the same direction. So once a state ratifies, it becomes part of the Lanzarote Committee, which is our solution-seeking body. It helps us to understand how states are changing legislation, what legislation needs to be changed, what solutions are positive, what solutions are good. And one of the promising practices that have come out of the Lanzarote Committee, for example, is in 2015 when it identified the Barnahus model as a promising practice. So once we had that decision of the Lanzarote Committee, we decided in the Council of Europe to start building on that, as many other actors have been doing as well, where we are starting to map what is the magic ingredients of Barnahus, how should it work, what needs to be, how should professionals be trained, how does the legislation have to adapt, how can we support judges to step out of their courtrooms, to go into the Barnahus, to interview, how can we make sure that the evidence is accepted in courts, the video evidence that is collected through the oh my goodness, it's already 32 seconds. Woo! I was just on a roll. No, but I think we also need to highlight that it is not possible for us to prosecute this, only to prosecute. We also need to prevent. In the Council right now, through the Lanzarote Committee, we are looking today in Vienna, the committee is looking at emerging trends on artificial intelligence. They're really looking at robotics. They're looking at the Internet of Things to try to find what can we do to make sure that this is not working. Voila, 0.
Et voilà, c'est bien. Okay.
It's a marathon.
Well done. We are going to move from Europe to past the Atlantic to Brazil. Ricardo, seja bem-vindo. My fellow Brazilian. Tell us a little bit, Ricardo, about the fact that Brazil is such a large market for digital technologies. Tell us about what you've been doing in terms of implementing policies and solutions that really center the safeguarding of children in Brazil. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniela. Obrigado. So, yes, Brazil is one of the countries which is a champion of screen time use globally. Nowadays, we are discussing sporting bets that were legalized. So you have children making publicity of sporting bets. We have this growing sense in society that maybe we have many excesses concerning the use of digital devices. If you ask today to a Brazilian boy or girl what they want to be when they grow up, they won't answer to you that they want to be a singer or an astronaut. They want to be influencers. That's the future. So the Brazilian government is currently discussing smartphone bans in schools because you have this perception that the quality of education has suffered from these excesses as well. And we're probably going to learn a bit more from the Disrupting Harm initiative, which Brazil makes part of, as you have seen already today. So what has Brazilian government done? For the first time since last year, we have a national strategy of media literacy, inspired by Finland, Denmark, France, and other countries. We are about to release in the next weeks federal guidelines about the use of digital devices for children and adolescents. That's important because it is a whole of government approach. The idea is that public policies from health to education and human rights, everything comes from these official guidelines. They are a result of a year-long process in which we have involved civil society. So, for example, SaferNet, which is here, is one of the organizations that have contributed with this effort. We have made public consultations. We have heard their voices. So the report comes with adolescents and parents telling their experience about it. And in it, we try to, in the first time, to draw the risks so that we can make public policy over it. So we discuss extortion, cyberbullying, sexual abuse. And in Brazil, the numbers are huge. Only from NICMEC, which is the cooperation between Brazil and US authorities, we receive each day 1,400 reports only of child sexual abuse material each day. And since last December, the Brazilian Federal Police arrested more than 1,000 perpetrators in Brazil. So that's less than a year. So that's something that we're still grappling what to do. Of course, we would very much like to discuss platform regulation. It has been hard to do this in Brazil. We're hopeful that until the end of the year, Bill 2628 will be voted by the Brazilian Senate. That's the first attempt to bring to the digital realm the rules and norms that we have already in Brazil, which are very good ones, actually. And we are also launching, together with the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, a national strategy on eliminating violence against children, which has a whole online and digital bunch of actions. So we are about to start discussing age verification measures, for example, and also a unified government system for the reports of sexual abuse and other forms of violence against children online. And that's it for my time. And I would like pretty much to say many more things, but I'm so pleased to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, obrigada, Ricardo. From one of my countries to my two countries are here represented, to the U.S., Matito. Tell us a little bit more about what you see as the role of donors in all this, in terms of really supporting through foreign assistance solutions that work to keep children safe online, and how USAID is approaching this.
Absolutely. I think donors are in a really critical space. So speaking for the U.S. government, we have a wide range of investments that really drive interventions and raising awareness. And I'm out of time already.
You're cut off.
There's a very intimidating timer up here. It just says 0
Reset
for
the
me.
time because it says 0.
I'm going to
for
take
him,
my extra
so.
time as we're resetting. I think that donors are in a really critical place because we can really drive through our funding and through our awareness raising where we see need, and we also can really work to influence both our implementers and private sector, but also collaborate with other governments and other donors to drive it together. And I think, and there's a saying in West Africa that if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go strong, go together. And I think, donors really help to prioritize those critical areas through both funding and raising awareness. And that includes not only the implementation, but it's really building the evidence. There's so much out there that we don't know, and it's happening so quickly. U.S. government is not nimble. Our partners can be quite nimble on the ground. So we can work through that partnership to really build that evidence, but also, like the Brave movement, provide a platform for those children and youth to be able to really talk about their concerns, what's happening to them online, and be able to really allow that voice into that space to move forward. U.S. government is a juggernaut. We have lots of things happening for digital harm from many different groups across Department of Justice, Department of State, work with NECMEC. I work at USAID, which looks at foreign assistance, and for the first time, because of what's happening to children online, I am working with our domestic agencies. All those geopolitical borders are now kind of off the table, and whether it is children from the U.S. that are being affected from digital harm from other people, or it is U.S. citizens that are causing digital harm to children around the world, we are working together. And I think that kind of connectiveness and that kind of almost like, I would say almost like a production line in terms of everything from providing policy, increasing accessibility, looking at violations, and then the recovery for those individuals who are experiencing things online. For me, I sit in the Center for Children Diversity. I also sit in the Inclusive Development Hub within USAID. And I think one of the things that we really, as donors, want to keep in mind as we're working with our partners, other governments, private sector, is that not all children and youth are the same. I think sometimes they box it in terms of a monolith of we're going to work on protecting children and youth. And I think, USAID, other donors, implementers, really need to consider the intersectionality in terms of looking at race, ethnicity, religion, gender, to really develop and increase that children's resilience online. Some groups, I think particularly girls and young women, children with disability, the LGBTIQ+ community, indigenous peoples, youth, migrants, and ethnic minorities, are at a much greater risk. And I think they often go to the digital space to be able to find members of their community or find their support. And as we saw from the video earlier, can often be targeted for that digital violence. So I think as we're working with our partners and as we're thinking through our policy and as we're thinking through our investments, we really want to go to really build that safety by design early on, keeping a wide range of beneficiaries in mind as we're thinking through those interventions and how we're going to really grow those interventions. Again, I have a lot more to say. I took a little bit extra time at the beginning, but I do think it's on the shoulders of donors to really come together and provide both the funding in terms of what's going on, but also really build that evidence and look at that best practice so that we can really balance accessibility. It is a digital age. There is so much opportunity for children and young people online, especially children in really poor communities or really isolated. But we really have to build in that safety and find that proper balance so that those children can really be able to work freely on the internet without being targeted or experiencing these terrible events. Thank you.
Thank you, Matito. We started with UNICEF, and we're going to circle right back to the UN to wrap us up for this round with Lucha. Lucha, you've been working with the UN SRSG VAC, Najat, I got it, to really look at, how do you bring together what we've heard from other panelists around, technology companies, policymakers, children themselves. How do you start early on to ensure safety by design and work across these, partners and stakeholders to really create change for children. Tell us a little bit more about what you're seeing as promising solutions.
Yes, so why do I only have 2 minutes to the timer doesn't like me. Thank you, thank you.
Can we move the timer to give her 4 minutes too? Thanks.
Off? There we go. Okay, so you're not going to break me. So together with the ITU and with a number of partners, including UNICEF, WeProtect, and a lot of people here in the room, we've been co-leading this initiative called POP, Protection Through Online Participation, which is a solution for children who are looking for help through digital platforms when experiencing different forms of harm, right? And there are different actors involved in that, including industry, policymakers, and child helplines and similar services. So the world is scary, children face harm and violence, and when they have access, they look for help online. They go to social media platforms, they go to gaming platforms, who are the channel and can send children to child helplines and similar services to access support. And these child helplines, through these online means, they can generate the metrics to prove how needed their services are, to convince also policymakers to create the environment in the country for children to reach out to social media and gaming platforms when they're looking for help to be sent to child helplines, and so on. Everybody has a role to play, right? The industry is the channel. Maybe they won't be the ones where the harm is happening. A child could be experiencing child labor or domestic abuse, and they'll look for help online. The child helpline and the services will be providing help and support through digital platforms, and the policymakers will have the role of incorporating the internet as a means of protection as part of their national child protection strategy. Within this, everybody has a role to play, and what we have been doing with POP is to outline principles and recommendations for each of these audiences to be able to support children and make sure that children access the help that they need when they need it. I have 7 seconds left, but that's not, okay. I was super fast. And the way that we have been doing that is working with all of these stakeholders for a very long time, understanding the challenges they face, understanding the benefits of supporting children through online means, understanding their needs, and understanding how they're working with each other. And what we are recommending for all of them is actually pretty similar. Firstly, something that we've realized is we'll need to expand our approach, right? So today, child helplines, we are encouraging them to expand their channels and include online means to support children. Of course, the phone is still the most popular channel to provide support, but increasingly we're seeing how child helplines and services are transitioning or adding online means. The industry, we are encouraging them to expand their approach to safety and not just limit their understanding of safety to the harms and risks that children may experience online, but also to see themselves as a channel for children to access help and support and their role in saving lives. And policymakers to expand their approach to child protection by including the internet as an entry point to being safe and not just as a place that needs to be regulated and made safer, which they still need to do, of course. We're also suggesting all of them to prioritize safety and to start from a safety perspective and a child rights approach. We're also encouraging intersectoral collaboration. We've seen that the success models rely on these 3 stakeholders working together, right? We've seen really good practices at a country level where tech companies have a direct collaboration with a child helpline who's supported by government, and we're seeing that that is the successful formula for children to be able to access help and involve children. Children need to be part of the solutions. I'm assuming we're done. Yeah. So I have 2 seconds left. 20 seconds, but you didn't break me. I did it. I think.
Well done.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. The panelists have been amazing. So I'm going to do a last round. We're going to do 1 minute each because we're running a little bit out of time. So we're going to make it a little quicker than we had thought. And what I want you to do is tell us what you see when we think about this recipe. And we've talked about a lot of pieces that have to come together. What do you see as the critical components that need to be part of a response in order to be successful. And let's try to be quick, and we're going to do 1 minute each, and we're just going to go straight down and start with you, Afrouz.
Okay, amazing. So I think absolutely fundamental is children's views and perspectives being part of the solution. So we're all here working to improve laws, policies, programmatic interventions, but we have to be speaking with children, we have to be speaking with survivors so that we can design these and implement these in a way that meet their needs. The second part that I think is a fundamental piece, which I think my co-panelists have spoken to, is we have to embrace and accept that this area is complex and there are some contradictions, and we have to engage with that complexity. We all would wish and dream of a simple solution, and there have been some policy approaches where, you know, they're really with good intentions trying to, you know, protect children, but actually it may inadvertently end up, you know, being harmful, if not to all children or to certain populations of children. So I think embracing that complexity, engaging with that complexity, taking measured approaches, child rights-based approaches, based on the best available evidence that we have, is the key recipe for success.
Thank you. Lucia, shall we go down to you?
Okay, so everything that Afrouz said, I'm not going to repeat ourselves, but also I think it's important to remember that the internet was conceived with an adult user in mind, right? And of course it has evolved, and not only children are using it, children and young people are amongst the ones that use the internet the most. So it's part of, you know, I think we need to rethink the model. Voluntary approaches seem not to be enough. We need stronger regulation. Also, we need to respect children's rights in the digital environment. I think it's fundamental to go back to General Comment 25 and see how we're all taking children's rights to the digital environment. Also, of course, children's data privacy, child safety by design, and what my beautiful boss was saying this morning, Najat, the importance of having child rights impact assessment before releasing technologies and understanding the actual effects on children, and reinforcing Afrouz's point about involving children as part of the processes from the design phase until the implementation phases. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucia.
I think from our side, everything everybody else has said, I think we have to realize there's different kinds of violence and exploitation that happen online. It's not just sexual violence, so we have to really look at providing that, especially for the emotional violence that happens to children. I think we need to prioritize prevention based off of evidence. We definitely want to have meet the needs of children who have experienced online harm, especially through mental health services and a survivor-centered approach. But if we focus on prevention, then we may not have to go to that step. And lastly, I think we really need to tailor our responses on differences in age and maturity and have an inclusive development approach.
Beautiful. Let's keep going.
Okay, thank you. It's important that the tech industries ensures that the child safety features are embedded within, you know, the building of these apps, because children at times, you know, getting into the web, get exposed into these risks. Also, children taking responsibility for own safety and protection. As you know, children during our national dialogues were indicating that at times they tend to be careless, you know, sharing information with strangers. But the other critical aspect is the strengthening of enforcement and implementation of laws, especially in collaboration with Interpol, since issues of online, you know, it knows no borders. So if we want to ensure that there's successful prosecution, we have to really work collaboratively with Interpol, and also to get to understand, you know, some knowledge and skills around some investigation, so that perpetrators are brought into book. So we can learn a lot across other countries when it comes to knowledge sharing. Thanks.
Okay, well, I mean, I think all of the factors that you referenced, they are very important, and I wouldn't want to prioritize one over the other. I think maybe I can give as an example the guidelines that we prepared together with two survivors of sexual violence, guidelines for states on how they can engage with survivors in policymaking. I think this is an important factor that I'm also trying not to say what the speakers before have said, because I do absolutely agree. A success factor as well is having the strength and the capability to address taboos and to be able to say difficult things. And I think that this is something that in the context of my work in the Council of Europe, I feel that sometimes my members or the member states that are part of the Council of Europe count on us to say sometimes the difficult things so that they can then nudge at state level. For example, we are now preparing guidelines for states on how to address harmful sexual behavior by children. We know that there is peer-to-peer sexual violence, and we need to address it. We need to say that this is happening. We are saying, we're giving data about how many children are victims of sexual violence, but we're not being sufficiently clear that this violence is very often, in many cases, being inflicted by children of the same age. We have to be able to address it, and it is still a taboo in many countries. Another taboo, making sure that states are addressing and designing effective comprehensive sexuality education. This is still a taboo in many of my member states. We say prevention, but that means having solid comprehensive sexuality education in states. We need to be able to say it. So I feel empowered by my organization to say those difficult things, and I think that is what we should also be doing, and that is a success factor.
I was going to mention evidence-based, but I think my colleagues were very they're very precise in their comment already. But I would like to draw attention upon another aspect, which is in the spirit of the United Nations CRC and Comment 25. We have to recall that this is a shared responsibility, protecting children. So we are talking about families, of course, civil society organizations, governments. We have a long list of things that governments have to do, but also an industry which is a very successful one, $1 billion, $1 trillion worth industry. And we talk a lot about media literacy, digital skills and everything, but we have to recall that a single individual sometimes is too small when staring at this huge ecosystem that was invented and put in our pockets and purses every day. So if we don't act everybody together, it's very hard to actually protect our children. Thank you.
Thank you. And on that note, I'm going to add, as a moderator, a few thoughts that haven't come up. And the first is, first of all, I agree with everything everyone said, but I want to pick up on the two last points. One that you mentioned, Regina, around engaging people with lived experience. The guidelines that the Council of Europe launched were co-authored by Caroline Taylor, who may be in the audience. She's a co-founder of the Brave movement. And it's how states can include people with lived experience in policy making. That is essential. And then I want to pick up on what you said, Ricardo, and that is the importance of activism, of movements, of political pressure to ensure that we have the accountability from states and from technology companies. We are not going to solve this alone. We need to all come together, and we heard of so many great solutions, and one of them is the activism, the movements that need to happen to ensure accountability. And we have seen, you mentioned it, Lucia, that voluntary measures are not sufficient. So how do we ensure that governments, technology companies are stepping up and protecting our children? And it takes all of us, movements of survivors, of parents, of young people, of thoughtful, caring citizens coming together and saying our children deserve better. and we want to create a new generation of children that is safe online. So I'm really thrilled to be here with all of you today, and thank you all for all the work that you do and the work that you're going to continue to do. Thank you.
Could it be a picture in my mind? Never sure exactly what I'll find. Only in my dreams I turn you on. Here for just a moment, then you're gone.
Hello. Please stay with us. We have another session right away, and then in 40 minutes we will break. So we have a session now with representative from 6 countries. So if you could please stay in the room, then in 40 minutes we will break for coffee. And we will close at 4 with the last session talking about the future. So I would like to then ask the high-level representatives from the 6 countries to please join me on stage. Today we are very honored to have with us high-level representative from Madagascar, Uganda, Kenya, Jordan, Moldova, and Ecuador. There is no mic. Yeah.
No.
Hello? Hello? Yeah, okay. We need 6. Para todos. Thank you so much. So we have 2 speakers that are going to, please, madam. Yeah. That are going to speak in French and in Spanish. So please make sure you have your headsets for interpretation if you don't speak French or Spanish. Also for the speakers, if you would like to, you have your headset there. Yes. If you could please take a seat, we can start. Yeah, so this session, as I said, we have 6 countries with us, and we are very honored to have all you with us. This is a session that represents the spirit of this event, the spirit about sharing, learning, joint efforts. And this is why we were so keen to have representatives from countries from across the world to come today and just give us some highlights about what they've been doing so far, what they've learned, but also what they think from their experience needs to happen more at global level. So we will only have 1 round of questions from our speakers. Each speaker will have 5 minutes, and you have the clock, which I've been told is quite scary, so, so you can look at it. It's important we learn more about what is happening at country level. You know, this is a new phenomenon. Fellow panelists mentioned earlier, things are progressing fast and we are lagging behind. Technology evolves fast, but we also know that a lot is happening at country level, and that's also why, you know, we have this session now. These national efforts are building the blocks of that joint effort that we are aiming to achieve, and that's what this event is all about. And it's also what is going to be happening tomorrow in the main ministerial, you know, looking at the global efforts to end violence in all forms, including online. So with no further ado, I would like to start with the Honorable Minister of Population and Solidarity from Madagascar. Madagascar is known for its rich diversity and in fauna and flora, which contrasts with its socioeconomic vulnerability and young population. Almost 50% of the population are younger than 18. And this brings to them also risks of violence, including emerging forms of online abuse or sexual exploitation. Please, Minister, tell us what you've been doing so far and in your country, but also what you think, based on your experience, needs to be happening more at global level. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup et bonjour à tous. Honorables invités, mesdames et messieurs, merci de m'avoir donné cette opportunité pour vous présenter le cas de violence des enfants sur la situation de Madagascar. En effet, Madagascar est une grande île située dans l'océan Indien avec une population jeune où presque 50% de la population sont des enfants âgés de moins de 18 ans. Et en 2022, une étude a été réalisée sur 1500 enfants enquêtés dans les 6 grandes villes de Madagascar. On a relevé que 78% de ces enfants utilisent déjà l'Internet et 87% sont âgés de 15 à 17 ans. Cette même étude a montré que sur les 50% des enfants enquêtés, ils sont connectés sans contrôle des parents. Et lorsqu'on a demandé sur est-ce que par rapport aux victimes d'abus, d'exploitation sexuelle en ligne, 88% de ces enfants ont eu déjà cette exploitation sexuelle en ligne et 47% sont des filles et 41% des garçons. Pour faire face à ces défis, Madagascar a pris des dispositions pour créer un environnement protecteur pour prévenir et répondre aux violences. Donc, il y a déjà, en matière politique, on a un cadre renforcé pour avoir des lois spécifiques sur la lutte contre la cybercriminalité. Et en 2014, qui interdit la pédopornographie sur toutes ses formes. Et aussi, une coordination améliorée a été faite sous l'égide du ministère dont je suis le ministre actuel. On a mis en place une sous-commission nationale dédiée pour la protection des enfants contre les violences et l'exploitation en ligne, et notamment la violence sexuelle depuis 2019. Et cette initiative réunit 14 secteurs de départements ministériels, des acteurs de la société civile, des agences des Nations Unies. Et le rôle de cette sous-commission, c'est de coordonner, orienter et faire des orientations stratégiques et de suivi sur les interventions dans cette matière. Et en même temps, je suis fière d'annoncer qu'on a actuellement un plan d'action national sur la lutte contre la violence sexuelle en ligne qui va, d'ici peu en 2026, sera mis à jour. Et ce plan traduit la vision de Madagascar concernant les interventions, les ressources et les méthodologies qu'on va adopter en matière de la protection des enfants contre les violences en ligne. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Madame Ministre. We can also ask you what you think about the global efforts that you think are needed more. You know, in addition, you know, it's great to hear about what Madagascar is doing at country level, but based on your experience, and as we are here today with, you know, experts and representatives from across the world, it would be good to get your thoughts on what you think is needed at global level. Thank you.
Merci. Tout d'abord, comme il s'agit de la protection des enfants contre la violence, c'est une responsabilité collective à tous les niveaux, dans tous les secteurs, dans tous les lieux, y compris dans toutes les situations humanitaires et développement. Donc, une recommandation que je voudrais vous partager, c'est de soutenir le renforcement des systèmes nationaux de protection capables d'adresser toute forme de violence à l'encontre des enfants d'une manière systémique. Et aussi, je lance un appel aux acteurs, les pays, les donateurs, à investir massivement dans la prévention de toute forme de violence, y inclut la violence en ligne. J'encourage également les solutions innovantes et inclusives pour la prévention et les réponses à la violence en ligne, en les adaptant au contexte en perpétuelle évolution technologique. Il y a également de renforcer la coopération policière entre les pays pour faciliter la répréhension des auteurs de violences en ligne. Et j'appelle le secteur privé également à adhérer aux efforts de prévention et de réponse en cas de violence faite aux enfants en ligne. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup à vous. I think one of the speakers earlier today also mentioned that the distinction between online and offline does not make any sense anymore. And I think that's very much in line with one of the remarks from the Honorable Minister about, ensuring that the systems are strengthened, but, integrating online across the different services. With thanks to Madagascar, we will move then to hear from the minister from Uganda, as the Minister of Gender, Labour and Social Development. We are honored to have you here today. Uganda is one of the 8 countries that conducted Disrupting Harm, the study that we have heard about earlier today. And we would like to hear more about what Uganda has been doing, how Uganda has been using the evidence generated by this large-scale study, but also, your thoughts about, based on your experience, of what is needed more at a global level. Thank you.
Good afternoon, colleagues, distinguished excellencies online and those present here, honorable members of cabinet in different nations who are present. I'm glad to join you here today for this very important topic, which is towards creating digital safety for children, lessons and experiences from Uganda. Uganda is taking a significant step to protect children on the internet. The government is developing a national action plan to address online child sexual abuse and exploitation, making it probably one of the first country in the world to do so. This plan aims to implement a recommendation from a study, as the moderator mentioned, that revealed disturbing evidence of online child exploitation in Uganda. We have the National Child Protection Action Plan, which is under my ministry, Minister of Gender. Then we have the Computer Misuse Act 2021, which has tough laws on prevention against child pornography and other online offenses. We have the Anti-Pornography Act 2014. This act imposes stricter penalties for perpetrators of child pornography. Then we have the e-safety education toolkit that was recently commissioned by our agency in charge of internet, the National Technology Authority, to handle online. This kit is for young people about their safety online. Then also we have the Uganda National Human Rights Commission guideline, which has clearly been put in place, calling upon parents, teachers, educationists, leaders in community, and the people in church, the different religious institutions, to, one, emphasizing the right of a child to have internet in the digital world, but also telling the teachers and the parents their duty to protect their children. But in this, I need to thank UNICEF. I don't know whether you have a representative here today, for supporting Uganda's effort in protection of children online through the research and advocacy. The research was funded by UNICEF, and then also advocacy and continuous research. So I believe on the part of Uganda, with all those safety measures put in place, in introducing the comprehensive digital safeguards initiative that include the national reporting mechanism, creation of a national e-safety education toolkit for the children and young people, and then parents and cross-sector collaboration. However, I need to mention it to you, Uganda is the first country in the world or in Africa to start a child helpline where cases of child abuse in any form are reported, and it's a toll-free number. It's a 116 helpline. They work 24/7 throughout there, including public holidays. So this has really helped us in as an integrated system where applications, calls, exploitation, any form of abuse is communicated and reported, and then we follow up using our security forces or using the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Then also we have like I mentioned, the National Information Technology Authority of Uganda developed an online e-safety toolkit, which targets children of 5 to 20 years. This toolkit educates young people about their online risks and also empowers them to avoid unsafe situations online, such as excessive data sharing or contact with strangers. But also the parents are doing the other role, guiding, parental guide, just like you have on TV, that there is a parental guide option. Parents are monitoring, like my wife monitors our 12-year-old son who is in international school. Is given a mobile phone, an iPhone, but the application to be downloaded are controlled on the mother's phone. So the mother monitors and approves which app should be uploaded. Other there's some applications which are really they are a risk to children. There's an application like TikTok. There are some contents on TikTok which are really rough. Children want to exercise what they are seeing. So it is a duty for the parents, for the teachers, and us, people in society, to support. Then government of Uganda, recently, we sat and we are tabling a law in cabinet, which will thereafter go to cabinet. Because, see, the digital generation cannot be controlled, but digital generation can only be guided. So we cannot take the children away. I've seen Elon Musk has a baby X. This baby is on a computer at all times. So a father shows us a son when he's playing around with the computer. At the end of the day, he's producing a genius. But then, if not well controlled, he can easily give us someone who will either have an app for exploitation, an app for abuse. So it is important that we do it. All these initiatives demonstrate Uganda's commitment to ensuring a safer online environment for all our children. And we shall keep benchmarking to other nations who have better than us. But I believe for now in Africa, we have the best practice when it comes to child protection and child right to the use of internet. So I believe we can work together with the development partners, just like as mentioned by the previous moderator. One of the panelists mentioned that Interpol should support us. Once Interpol supports, it becomes easier because digital is global. You cannot tackle it alone as Uganda. There are so many apps that have come up, and once exposed to children, they can still hide away from the parents. And even now, in Uganda, we controlled Facebook at one given time, but then people are using VPN to access it. Probably I'm a government person who should be not using Facebook, but I also like posting on Facebook, and yet it is illegal. So it is a duty for all children protectors to ensure the approach of parental guide is put in mind and in place. Then also we should table children's rights on data privacy and safe digital futures to our cabinet very soon. That should be really addressed because every member of cabinet has a child or has children who need to be protected or who will have similar dangers if not well regulated and controlled and guided. I submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this very comprehensive intervention. You know, you touched on many points that are essential to ensure that digital platforms are safe for children, and including, you know, thinking about technology as an opportunity for children, not just something scary. You know, ensuring that the children can benefit from them instead of controlling them, and using parents' role, but also cutting across legislative change, cross-sector collaboration, and the role of educators as well, and the importance of reporting. I think our ambassador for the survivors today mentioned conversation is the start. You know, we can't keep this abuse silent or hidden. And speaking about it, creating safe patterns for children or other people to report them is one of the key components and building blocks of a safe use for children of the opportunities that digital technology has to offer. Thank you very much, Minister. Thinking about, you know, we have Kenya here with us as well. And similarly, Kenya is one of the 8 countries that conducted the study Disrupting Harm. And also, you know, there was a historical moment that you developed the first national action plan informed by this evidence to address specifically on child sexual abuse and exploitation. And this plan looks specifically at how different sectors can work together, including technology platforms, and other industry actors. Today we have with us the Principal Secretary of the Ministry of Labour and Social Protection from Kenya. Please tell us more about what Kenya is doing and what you think, based on your experience, more should happen at global level.
Thank you.
Sí, sí.
Thank you so much. As you rightly said, I'm honored to be here on behalf of the Republic of Kenya. And Excellencies and the moderator, we really appreciate to also come here and say one or two issues on online safety. Before I start, Honorable Minister from Uganda, I thought Kenya is leading in East Africa. Now that you've said Kenya is leading, Uganda is leading, I don't know. However, let me go ahead and say and showcase whether Kenya is really leading in East Africa or in Africa at all, as a whole. Lego, of course, we started on legal and the policy frameworks. No, we are leading in East Africa and Africa as well. Thank you so much. On a light note, of course, we did start on coming up with the legal and policy frameworks. We started working on it. And laws, we enacted laws and revised to accommodate, those that had expired to accommodate online programming and criminalize online sexual offenses. We came up with the Children Act 2022 to look into all the offenses on online, or rather VAC. We also came up with the Sexual Offenses Act 2006. We also came up with the Data Protection Act. We further went ahead to develop and implement 2 action plans that speak to 2 online safety. One was the National Prevention and Response Plan on VAC 2019 to 2023. And we also did the National Plan of Action on Online Sexual Exploitation and Abuse. On responsive, we had to look into our justice sector. All magistrates in Kenya are gazetted as children magistrates. So once a case lands into any magistrate, is able to handle it with a lot of ease and with a lot of expertise, because all of them have been gazetted to do so. We have specialized police officers through the Anti-Human Trafficking and Child Protection Unit. Of course, our police officers are fully trained on trafficking in on child protection. We have established a department on child online protection within the Directorate of Children's Services, which falls under my State Department of Social Protection. We have also specialized prosecutors for child online crimes, standard operating procedures for OXEA, which we thought was very, very important for our country. Also, we have training handbooks for the justice agencies to enhance knowledge and capacity building. We have also training manual for social service workforce, and we have a coordination mechanism through National Technical Working Group on child online protection matters. The government of Kenya is currently developing a child-friendly digital outreach tool and a peer-to-peer dialogue book to strengthen the capacity of children. And all these facilitators that we are working very, very much closely with UNICEF and other partners to make sure that we achieve what we should be able to achieve, and we've done very well on issues child abuse. What are we doing globally? What are we what more do you think we need to do globally? And we have said this. Rapidly evolving technology demands standardized laws and practices to guide investigations and prosecute online harm globally. Different countries approach online harm in varying ways, and the multinational companies often avoid criminal liability in countries where they operate but are not based in those countries. We have also, globally, the profit-driven technology industry frequently overlooks children's online safety. Therefore, we need to establish guidelines and regulations at the highest international levels to ensure technical companies actively contribute to a safer online environment. Just about there. In Kenya, globally, although parenting plays a vital role in reducing violence against children, studies show many parents and caregivers lack the skills to protect their children from online threats. We must expand intervention to address this need. And finally, as countries integrate ICT more into education, they must adopt safer digital environments. Investments in protection must match investment in ICT infrastructure. But allow me to say this last one is that before those days of ours, we did not have the phones, and our parenting policy that we have developed in our country is to try and tell our parents that we need to show and tell the children, as the other speaker gave us, that we need to make sure that we tell our children what we should tell them. Let us not hide our children what they should be told. Instead, they go ahead and get them from their phones and from the internet. I thank you and I submit.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, the honorable speakers from 3 countries from Africa. We applaud all the efforts and the commitments and across the different countries. And our colleagues were applauding the last remarks. I am a mother myself, and my 11 years old tells me, "Oh, mommy, you don't understand. You are an old generation." So that dialogue, there is an age divide, a generation divide that keeps parents somehow a little bit behind. And that's where, platforms can help us, Parents have a critical role to play, but also digital platforms. And safety by design is an example, how these platforms can be designed with safety of children in mind beforehand. And we will talk more about this as part of the final session today that is going to look at the future needs, including the role of technology companies and industry as a whole. Leaving Africa, we are moving towards Jordan, and we are very honored to have today with us the Secretary General of the National Council for Family Affairs from Jordan. Jordan is a country that's invested significantly in strengthening child protection systems that include, online forms of violence, and they established, for example, the first unit to report online child sexual abuse and exploitation in the region, connected to the Interpol database, just between many other things, including awareness-raising campaigns in schools and across. Please tell us a bit more about what Jordan is doing, and also what, in your opinion, is needed more at global level.
Thank you, Cecilia. Yeah. Thank you, Cecilia. Actually, it's a privilege to be here with you. And finally, this is, I would like to thank the government of Colombia, Sweden, and also WHO, the UNICEF, to make this happen, actually. Well, protecting children from online sexual exploitation and abuse, it's a high priority in Jordan. As you mentioned, Cecilia, our commitment has led us to take comprehensive, multi-sectoral measures to establish a safer digital environment for children, combining policy improvements, capacity building, and awareness efforts. On the legal and policy side, Jordan developed a national framework for family protection, which this framework mentions the rules and responsibilities and the referral system between agencies who's tackling not just child abuse, but family violence also in general. Well, also we succeed to passage of a comprehensive child right law in 2022, which criminalized the online sexual exploitation for children. And also with working with UNICEF, we are in the process now to develop a 5-year plan. It's a costed multi-sectoral national plan of action which tackle family violence and violence against children. And of course, violence against women. On the evidence-based and the study and research, in 2000s, 4 years ago, we conducted a study for violence against children, which shows that 13% of children encountered at least one form of online violence, and now we are participated in the disrupting harm study, and hopefully the recommendation and the finding of the study will lead us and will be benefits in developing our next 5 years plan. Well, on the other hand, as you mentioned, Cecilia, we in 2016 we established a cybercrime unit, which is within the Family Protection and Juvenile Department. We have in Jordan a Family Protection Department, which is like a one-stop shop. This department, it has all the service providers together, not just the police officers, but also the forensic doctors, the social workers, and the psychiatric. It covered all the governorates in Jordan. So this cybercrime unit was established, and it's accredited by Interpol, and the people there, or the police officers, well trained. On the other hand, on the awareness raising and campaigns, we have conducted many campaigns. One of them, which called Mish Sah in Arabic, which means not right, which this campaign reached out more than 5 million people in Jordan. It's tackle the issue of violence against children and online violence against children. Well, globally, what we think, we think there should be a cross-border coordination and collaboration for more efficient information sharing and joint investigation efforts, unified international standards for legislation, ensuring that no state become a safe haven for offenders, and technology industry accountability, urging companies to adopt safety by design approaches and proactively monitor for harm and content.
Thank you very much. It's great to hear experiences from Jordan. I actually personally visited the family center in 2019, and it was very interesting, I have to say, to see social workers, psychologists, and policy officers working together, training together in the same building every day. You know, it was very interesting to see as a cross-sector model that's being implemented in Jordan. And as you mentioned, Jordan is one of the 3 countries in the region that is conducting now the Disrupting Harm 2, along with Tunisia and Morocco. And we are very much looking forward to seeing the findings next year. So thank you very much, Secretary General. And from Jordan, we move to Moldova. We're jumping to a new region. We have with us the Deputy Secretary General, the Ministry of Labor and Social Protections. Moldova has already initiated various initiatives to make sure children are safe, including aligning, efforts to align legislations with the EU standards, but also campaigns and the establishment of the Barnaul Center, as well as a recent platform called Alone Online. So please tell us more about what Moldova experience is about, and what, based on that experience, you think is needed more at global level.
Of course, thank you very much. In today's digital age, children have unprecedented access to online media through multiple devices, which makes the government intervention very crucial. And in Moldova, we take this responsibility very seriously, and I will highlight some of the most impactful initiatives that we have. In 2014, we have launched the nationwide child helpline service, which offers a 24 hours service to children, their parents or legal representatives. Each case is handled individually with the utmost respect for all children. And since its launch in 2014, more than 53,000 calls were received and advice has been given. As well, this year, from July to October, we have launched a national campaign to prevent and report child abuse, including online abuse. The advertising campaign was in all public spaces to make sure that everybody sees this and is informed about how to report these cases. Additionally, Moldova implements, since 2014, an intersectoral cooperation mechanism, and according to this mechanism, the representative from educational, health, social sector have to register the suspected cases of violence, neglect of children, and to report to the local guardianship authorities, and all the needed action will be taken. And our commitment to the children's rights align with our European integration path. Moldova became a candidate country to the European Union since 2022, and we are harmonizing our national legislations with the EU standards. As an example, recently the Parliament has approved in the first reading the law transposing the EU directive against the sexual abuse and exploitation of children by amending our criminal code. As well, our digital efforts have expanded with the General Inspectorate of Police approving a mechanism for reporting and blocking the online abuse materials, and this is active since December. As well, at the national level, we have a specialist in child protection, and our aim is to expand this network and to provide them with the needed training and expertise, including on digital inclusion and multidisciplinary responses to online abuse. As you mentioned, in 2022, Moldova has opened the first Barnahus type center service. It's a regional integrated assistance facility that offers psychological, legal, and medical support to child victims and witnesses of crimes including the online abuse. By end of 2026, we plan to open 2 more centers to cover all the country. And as an example, in 2023 alone, the center assisted more than 200 children, and the efforts are still ongoing. As well, we have approved at the national level a program on child protection for 2022-2026. This program sets ambitious targets such as reducing child violence rates and fostering a culture where all children report violence and see it as an essential step. As well, recently we have approved an action plan to protect children from the internet risks. And if you ask what should be done more globally, well, I think what we are now trying to do, discuss between ourselves, share the experience of our governments, discuss with the international partners, with our development partners like UNICEF and others, and to try to promote and to have a clear action plan. Sometimes governments are not as fast, but technology develops and the digital environment develops with a very high speed, and we as representatives from the government should react promptly and to try to protect our children all across the globe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, that's one of the challenges. You know, sometimes we feel quite a little bit overwhelmed, you know, then we have artificial intelligence, everyone talks about it. We are trying to stay up to speed with technology development, and it's truly impressive to see how the multiple countries from across the world are focusing on this area of work now. I think the representative from Meta earlier today said it, come to us, we have the technology, So I think, facilitating conversations, the conversations that also Rhiannon mentioned earlier, it's a way to also help and support different actors to bring the experts to the table. I think another expert today said, you don't need to be a tech expert, but you need tech experts on the table. And I think today in the room we have a lot of people that are experts in this field, and we really encourage you to connect also during the coffee break or the reception later to have discussions and see how the efforts can align. And so we are continuing our journey across the globe, and we're moving back to this side of the world with Ecuador. We are very happy to have here with us the Undersecretary for Child Development at the Ministry of Economic and Social Inclusion from Ecuador. I've heard that also your country has been doing a lot of work around legislations, around improving therapy services for child victims. But tell us more, and also your thoughts about what is need to happen at global level.
Hola, hola, hola. Hola, bueno, sí, buenos días, buenas tardes con todos. Primero, pues un saludo por parte de mi país. Para mí es un orgullo representar al país y sobre todo también ser vocero de estas organizaciones internacionales que operan en el país buscando siempre el trabajo y el desarrollo justamente a los grupos vulnerables. Y los que hoy nos atañe acá es justamente trabajar por la seguridad digital. Y en este sentido, bueno, veo por allá chicos que dicen, por fin se habló español. Sí, yo también hablo español, soy de Ecuador. Entonces, sí, también para mí es un momento muy bonito porque nos interconecta y en este momento estamos hablando de que hemos llegado acá para poder hablar de algo que trajo la globalización, que es la inmediatez de la información y la digitalización de todos los temas. Pero para esto también es importantísimo entender cuáles son el control que se está teniendo para la información y la inmediatez y qué tipo de información se está llegando a las redes y sobre todo llegando a los niños y niñas y adolescentes. Y sí, como lo decía la panelista, Ecuador viene trabajando en términos legislativos y ya no solamente, bueno, algo tenemos ahora en la Asamblea Nacional, pero tenemos un Código Orgánico Integral Penal en Ecuador que ya tipifica prácticamente las sanciones de violencia digital contra niños, niñas y adolescentes. Pero para esto también es importantísimo tener datos relevantes, datos importantes. Por ejemplo, en el Ecuador nosotros trabajamos de una manera interconectada, porque es importantísimo para poder entender hacia dónde nos conduce la protección, tenemos que entender que se tiene que hacer un trabajo interinstitucional y también con mesas técnicas de trabajo con las organizaciones sociales que intervienen en nuestro país. Y en ese sentido es fundamental entender que nosotros contamos para que el sistema legislativo, como les decía, la Fiscalía General del Estado en este momento ya ha sentenciado como delito a personas que han sido halladas culpables por la violencia digital a niños, niñas y adolescentes. El Ministerio del Interior, quien está a cargo de la Guardia Civil, como se dice en otros países, pero en mi país te dice la Policía Nacional, pues también ya tiene líneas claras específicas sobre la identificación de los delitos, en este caso del delito cibernético. Los datos son súper importantes, por ejemplo, a nivel global, cerca de 800.000 niños y niñas se conectan a Internet, ¿no? Pero tenemos 250.000 alrededor que se conectan diariamente, nuevos niños conectándose a Internet. Pero el dato importantísimo es que a nivel global 750.000 hombres buscan llegar a los niños por temas sexuales. Entonces el dato es muy duro, muy difícil, eso a nivel global. ¿Por qué hablo a nivel global? Y también eso nos lleva a entender también qué pasa a nivel local en el caso de mi país. ¿Qué significa? Más acceso a la Internet, más acceso a la tecnología, pero hay poca prevención. Y hablar de prevención es, creo que lo más fundamental para poder entender hacia dónde nos conducimos. Este tipo de eventos a nosotros nos trae, ¿para qué? Para poder entender y de qué manera poder trabajar en conjunto, porque si la globalización nos da inmediatez de la información, nos trae consigo la globalización información muy importante que ya es imposible decir no a la globalización, no a la digitalización, pero de la misma forma tenemos que encontrarle ese camino a que la inmediatez de la protección y la prevención de los niños y adolescentes también llegue con la misma rapidez. Porque si no, estamos caminando en contra, porque nos llega lo malo por un lado muy rápido y lo bueno está caminando a paso lento. Entonces, ¿por qué es importante? Y decía hace un rato, ¿no? Porque es importante esta colaboración que deberíamos tener entre a nivel global de todas las organizaciones en el mundo. Porque si es que la experiencia de Ecuador, si bien es cierto, hoy en términos legislativos ya podemos hablar de que se está llevando a cabo los temas de sanciones a la persecución, al delito, y también se está trabajando incluso en el Código Orgánico de la Protección de las niños y adolescentes. ¿Esto qué nos conlleva a nosotros? Perfecto, en el ámbito legislativo podemos encontrar el espacio, pero las herramientas tecnológicas. Hablo como Ecuador. En Ecuador, las herramientas tecnológicas como software, hardware, etcétera, no son tan rápidas como pasa en otra parte del mundo. Entonces, esto es importantísimo de que lo que se desarrolla en otro país, en Estados Unidos, en la Unión Europea, en cualquier otra parte, que se busque la inmediatez de la protección de los niños y adolescentes, es fundamental para que nosotros también podamos implementarlos en los países como el mío, como en Ecuador, donde muchas veces estos desarrollos, porque sí, se desarrollan muchas cosas, pero la prevención y la protección de niños y adolescentes no es un tema que genera, no es un tema que te tiene en el top de las redes sociales, no es un tema que te tiene en el top de los temas interesantes para la mayoría de las personas. Entonces, este tipo de reuniones y este tipo de foros son fundamentales para compartir experiencias, entender como país cuáles son mis falencias, y también hoy escuchaba sobre inteligencia artificial, escuchaba sobre la tecnología, escuchaba sobre ya lo que se está desarrollando, que es fundamental también entender y también comprender de que eso es necesario también para mi país. Muchísimas gracias.
Muchísimas gracias. Yes, you just touched on, the spirit of the conference, the spirit of today that is preparing also for the 2 days that are coming with over 80 countries being represented, coming here to be together, to talk, to speak, to see how they can better align legislations, to see how they can share solutions, to see how we can become faster. How can we work together better, when we said many times, also across different sectors. So you just, gave me the hint to close this session and to thank you all very much. We were very honored to have your contributions today. And with this, we're going to close for a quick coffee break, and we will come back at 4, where we have the last session, looking at the future. We will have survivor representative from the Philippines, youth mobilizer, donor representative, technology industry representative, speaking together to look at the future and see what we have ahead of us, and also to talk about the call to action for the governments that are speaking tomorrow at the main ministerial, and to have a joint call to actions for all. Thank you so much to the speakers again, and also to you all. We will come back at 4.
afraid that God won't see me. I know it's wrong, I know it's wrong. Tell me why. Is it I'm taking your sin? I know what they put you in a home to feel in. Oh, but I wouldn't call it living. I'm like the boy among men. Permanent friend. I like to think that I was just myself again. Oh, tell me why. Oh, baby, is it I'm digging your seam? I know what's I just got your message, baby. So sad to see you fade away. I'm like a boy among men. I'm like a permanent friend. I like to think that I was just myself again. So tell me why. Is it I'm digging your seam? I know it's
is Rosé. Check out my song APT with Bruno Mars on YouTube and YouTube Shorts, your one-stop shop for music.
Say you don't know me or recognize my face. Say you don't care who goes to that kind of place. Knee deep in the hoopla, sinking in your fight. Too many runaways, eating up the night. Marconi plays Amanda, listen to the radio. We built this city. We built this city on rock and roll. We built this city. We built this city on rock and roll. Built this city. We built this city on rock and roll. Someone's always playing corporation games. Who cares? They're always changing. Corporation names. We just want to dance here. Someone stole the stage. They call us irresponsible. Write us off the page. Marconi plays Amanda. Listen to the radio. We built this city. We built this city on rock and roll. We built this city. show. I'll tell you what you wanna know. I could have saved a broken heart if I found out long ago. I'm just thinking about those lonely nights when I waited for your call, till I found out all my friends were right. I didn't know you at all. I had a rumor. They say you got a broken heart. I heard the rumor. Yes, I did, boy. Now it seems they're telling me you've changed your wicked ways. But should I give you a second chance? Oh, baby, I'm too afraid. So you realize what hurt you made and the love you threw away. How can I forgive but so forget? It's never gonna be the same. I had a rumor. They say you got a broken heart. I had a rumor. I heard a rumor. They say you got a broken heart. I heard a rumor. Yes, I did it. Ooh. Ooh. I'm just thinking about those lonely nights when I waited for your call, till I find out all my friends were right. I didn't know you at all. I heard a rumor. They say you got a broken heart. I had a rumor. Yes, I did, boy.
Lord Almighty, I feel my temperature rising. High and higher, it's burning through to my soul. Baby, 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 you set me on fire. My brain is flaming, and I don't know which way to go. Your kisses lift me higher, like the sweet song of a choir. You light my morning sky with the burning lamp. Ooh, 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 I feel my temperature rising. Help me, I'm flaming. I must be 109. Burning, 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 nothing can cool me. I might just turn into smoke, but I feel fine. 'Cause your kisses lift me higher, like a sweet song of a choir. You light my morning sky like a burning love. Love, love, love. Love, love, love. Love, love, love. Burning love. It's coming closer. The flames are licking my body. Won't you help me? I feel like I'm slipping away. It's hard to breathe, and my chest is a heaving. Lord have mercy, burning the hole where I lay. Your kisses lift me higher, like a sweet
Does it work? It works? Perfect. Is everybody back in the room? Or those who are the fiercest one, who are still with us? You know what we did today? We didn't tell you, this was a secret. We decided to keep this room really hot. To make it really uncomfortable and create a sense of urgency. So I think like everybody's now feeling it. Everybody's like, oh, I just need to get out and do something about this. So that's what we did today. This is the last panel. You've survived. I'm so happy that you were here today with us. And we don't want this last panel to be the conclusion. We want this to be really the start of a movement to really influence what tomorrow will look like at the ministerial, but more importantly, what the future past ministerial looks like. And for that, we need to come together and discuss what the joint vision for that change needs to be. And by the joint vision, I mean not joint vision of specific group or specific around specific issue or topic area, but a joint vision between key constituencies and key representatives. And with that, I'm honored to have with me a very diverse panel today. Today we have here with us Vanessa Bautista, founding member of the Global Survivor Network. We have Amy Neville from the Archville Foundation Parents Group. We have Alicia Herbert, OBE, from the UK government, from FCDO. Sean Litton, President and CEO of the Technology Coalition. Kate Hampton, the CEO of the Children's Investment Fund Foundation. And then Isabel Santos, our amazing youth representative and activist for violence against children, ending violence against children. So as you see, we have from government funders, technology companies, parents, survivors, and youth activists. Here, key people who can talk to us about what needs to happen next. So with that, and with huge thanks again to you for being here with us, we will kick off with initial set of questions. Vanessa, I will start with you. You are the founding member of the Global Survivor Network, and therefore you've been working with the survivors on these issues for quite some time. And so can you share with us what are you seeing and what needs to happen really for the services and our response to be adjusted to the needs of the survivors and informed by it?
Thank you so much, Marija.
4 minutes.
Yeah.
Well, now can we reset the 4 minutes, please? Yes, perfect.
I'll speak
there
now so that.
There's a scare timer on.
Yeah, so thank you so much, Marija, for that question. It's just an honor to be with you all today. As someone who has had a journey of being a victim to a survivor and a survivor of child sexual violence in the Philippines, to now a leader and advocate, as I reflect on my journey, a key memory that comes to my mind is the importance of having access to trauma-informed care. Because I remember the times that I was going through my court hearing process, it's such a painful experience, and it's hard to just like go through the court and like see your perpetrator and like, you know, don't know what to do. But I was fortunate enough that my case was referred to international justice missions, so I had legal representation. But when I was living in the shelter, not all of the survivors that I live with had that opportunity or had that access. So they had to go to court hearing processes, go through, you know, relive their traumatic experience, and nervous, full of fear, and the court hearing gets rescheduled. So if you're in their shoes, like, that is not a great experience. And that would have someone lose their confidence to even get the justice that they deserve. So, and that was just the many processes in the justice system in the Philippines. That was my experience like 16 years ago. But today I am so happy and just really grateful that last September, actually, my fellow survivor leader in the Philippines, she worked with the Australian Aid and ASEAN Australian Counter-Trafficking team to develop the Philippines Victim-Sensitive Guidelines. These guidelines lay down 8 indicators to implement victim sensitivity in the justice system. Some namely safety and privacy of victims, standards for evidence, and interagency coordination for the physical, psychological, and social recovery of victims. And I am so delighted to share that the Department of Justice of the Philippines is keen to integrate these guidelines to strengthen the justice system of the Philippines. And this initiative has been developed by and through a survivor that shared her experience in the justice system. Second thing that I have learned working alongside survivors of OSEC is that there is a need of effective investigations for cases. I remember she have shared to me that there's one time she had identified to a law enforcement a foreign customer of child sexual abuse material living in their neighborhood. But after that, the customer was not apprehended or investigated. So as a result, the survivor still sees this perpetrator, this consumer of her abuse. So imagine living in that reality where you go outside and you see that perpetrator just living freely with no accountability. Like, is that the justice? Is that what we call justice? So that's why we're with the GSN. One of the things that we've been working on is to really to have governments, to have every stakeholders that we work with, is to listen to survivor voices, center the survivor voices, because that's where we can see change. That's where we can see effective programs and policies that are for them and with them. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Vanessa. And one of the things that we have learned through your work, but also through the data collection we have done with Disrupting Harm in the Philippines, I still remember reading the first report, and the most heartbreaking thing that I've ever read was kids saying that they wish that they had never reported because what has happened to them since they reported was worse than the abuse itself. And I thank you so much for working to change that reality for kids in the Philippines with the partners, but also through the work with IGM and others who are trying to really bring effective investigations and the justice of survivors. So thank you for that. Amy, maybe we can move and talk to you a little bit. You are the representative of the Archwell Foundation's network of parents, and you have been sharing the story of your son Alexander with the world and with other parents in hope that you can change things for other kids. How has this experience shaped your views on what needs to happen for the kids to be safe online? And
Sure.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me. I have to say that it's not just shaped my views, it's shaped my whole life. It's been just over 4 years since Alex passed away, June of 2020, and from an illicit pill purchase off of Snapchat after a drug dealer was able to reach him. That happens in your life, and you're very confused. We were very confused as parents. We thought we had the guardrails in place. We talked to Alexander about these things, and so the first thing I saw was knowledge. Like, how did we get here? How did this happen? At first, we were focused on the substance, but after having conversations with law enforcement, doctors, psychologists, you name it, it was social media kept coming up over and over and over again, and I realized that this is really what's fueling this drug crisis among our teens, among this other whole social media co-crisis, right? And so we set out to create education to speak to folks on these topics so people could get the information that I didn't have. And when I went to do that, something was still missing, and that was that youth perspective. And so starting November of 2020, I host listening sessions with teens all across the United States at least every 3 months. I learn from them. They are on the front lines of this. I need their brains. I want to, give them information that is real and relatable for them. And I think we are successful in doing that. It's weird to say that we're successful considering where all of this comes from. I would trade it all. I would trade all of you to have my kid back. I mean, that's all I want is my old life back, right? But these young people have taught me so many things, and they blow my mind all the time. And even more recently, I've started talking to elementary school kids where I thought it might be cute and fun, and it's not cute and fun anymore, guys. They are up against a lot, and there's very little being done about it. Education and awareness is obviously where it starts, is where we need to put the majority of our focus as a parent, as a grassroots effort. That is where I spend the most of my time. But I also have learned from these folks these young kids, how they're groomed through these apps for drugs, for sexual exploitation, and all the other harms that are going along with it. And so we tried working with social media companies. That's what it's so Pollyanna of me, so naive of me in the beginning. Ooh, we're gonna tell them what the problem is and they're gonna fix it. silly, right? I mean, I realize how naive that was now because I was met with, so sorry for your loss. We had no idea this was such a problem, which is a lie, which is a flat out lie. And we will not see change until, you know, it's going to be the lawsuits are going to come through. Legislation is going to happen. We will reach a critical mass of voices crying out for change to make these apps safe by design, because education is only going to take us so far, right? Legislation will only take us so far. Safe by design is what we have to insist from these companies in order to see that real meaningful change. As it is, they get up on these stages and they tell us all the wonderful things that they're doing, but in reality, it's a Band-Aid fix, you guys. We need major, major surgery, and we need to hold them to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. You know how grateful we are that you are here with us. And I think what has come so clearly throughout this event today, but also through your experience, is that kids need to be part of the agency. They can't be something that we can't be doing things for them. We have to be doing things with them because we don't even know what they're experiencing online. And again, we don't have enough even means or methodologies or ways in which we can collect that information across contexts, countries, and globally. So yes, kids need to be part of this, and they need to tell us where the change needs to happen. So thank you for that. Alicia, UK government, let's move now to like the next level. Let's move to government, the stakeholder, the duty bearer level. He's done quite a lot in terms of child sexual exploitation and abuse, and especially he has made one of the biggest investments globally on online child sexual exploitation and abuse, and he has been leading those efforts. So can you tell us how is the UK's approach to tackling nationally and internationally child sexual abuse and exploitation led to some of the changes and progress in global collaboration and action?
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you very much for having me. And first, I just want to acknowledge everyone in this room who plays a role in keeping children safe and ensuring that those futures are safe, and indeed for the leadership of the organisers here as well for ensuring that this is on the agenda today and indeed on the conference throughout. Interestingly enough, or maybe that's not even the right word to use, despite the testimony that we're hearing today, this issue is still remains overlooked and chronically underfunded, despite the devastating impact it has on families and on children and indeed future generations. And it is a crime that we find in every pocket, in probably every community, in every country across the world. Yet, it's not getting the sort of visibility that it deserves. The crime does require as well a transnational response, because you can have a child online in one country, an offender in the other, and a platform based in a third. So, it's not necessarily in one geographic space, and that's why it requires a transnational approach. Yet, sadly, we're seeing that in many cases, it's sort of new and emerging threats posed to children online are rapidly outpacing the collective action that we can put towards this. And so I'm really grateful as well to the youth victims, and we just heard from you and their perspectives as well as through your work. I'm really speaking to those who tend to be impacted, who are on the kind of the front line of some of this as well, and those perspectives are hugely important. Just turning specifically to the question that you asked about UK leadership. In terms of our approach, a key priority for us as the British government has been our work to make the UK one of the safest places in the world for children to be online. We're not there yet, but we're certainly working towards that goal. That's certainly our aspiration. And this includes urging more proactive action from tech companies. So we can no longer rely, we think, on voluntary action or commitments which are often too limited, ineffective, and lack that public accountability. So we have now the Online Safety Act, which demands a step change in how tech companies respond to child sexual abuse on their platforms. It imposes clear legal duties on companies in scope, a legal duty for them to identify, to report, and then to remove child sexual abuse material, including grooming and live-streamed abuse. Importantly for us, that end-to-end encrypted environments are within the scope of that legislation as well, as it's important that the legislation is future-proof and remains tech neutral. And we welcome similar legislation in Australia, for example, and other parts of the world. Just about a year ago or more, I was in Australia talking to the E-Safety Commission. Incredible work that's been done, and I'm sure most of you in this room, indeed on this panel, know about the work that's been done by the E-Safety Commission in Australia. We're also investing in building the capacity to improve the enforcement of laws and standards internationally. So it's not just in the UK, but what we do in the international space. And this includes the capacity building at an operational level, led by the UK's National Crime Agency. We're working with law enforcement partners in various regions and various parts of the world where we know children are at risk, be it in Southeast Asia, parts of Africa, South America, for example. So these are just a few examples in terms of what we're doing as the British government. It's certainly our aspiration in terms of, you know, that ironclad sort of approach to ensuring that children are safe, putting that legislation in place, but also working internationally in terms of what we can do with partner countries as well. Thanks.
Thank you so much for that. And I think, yeah, there's been a lot of conversation about the Online Safety Act and its implementation. So there's, you know, eyes are on UK to see how the implementation actually starts working. But also in terms of the inspiration and model that you've been providing to other countries, it is something that, you know, the community is really thankful for. So from governments, we'll move to technology companies. Sean, I'm so grateful that you're here because you are always here and open to listen to the community, people, survivors, and everybody who has, you know, skin in the game, quite literally. You are the CEO of the Technology Coalition. You've been trying to work with technology companies through a high degree of success in terms of trying to generate the know-how, share good practices, try to create ways in which companies can share signals and data to improve their responses, but also really insert independent research into how companies formulate products and policies and create response. What I know you are on a daily basis dealing with is also underfunded and undersupported trust and safety teams in these companies who really need support in terms of creating the action that we, you know, need them to do. So share a little bit about what you're seeing as a promising practice and what are you focusing on in your approach to working with tech companies?
Thank you, Marija, and thank you, everybody. It's great to be with you. Good afternoon. So for those of you who don't know, the Tech Coalition, as Marija said, is an alliance of 45 leading tech companies that have come together to collaborate solely on the purpose of combating online child sexual exploitation and abuse. We have seen that where industry collaboration is genuine, where it's intentional, and where it's outcome-oriented, it can have real impact. In terms of promising practices that we're looking to continue to pursue and scale, I mean, the first one is knowledge sharing among the companies. So this takes many forms at the TC. It may be a group of companies that come together from a specific sector of the online world, for example, gaming, social media, dating, video conferencing, who come together to jointly build a safety map, sort of a step-by-step customized map for their sector of how to build and design their platforms to be safe. And they work together on that, and those roadmaps will have like clear benchmarks, so any company that comes into the coalition can benchmark where they are relative on their maturity journey and see where they need, what the next steps would be for them to improve. The other places we see knowledge sharing having an impact is on specific issues like financial sextortion, like age assurance, like generative AI. And that's where we see companies coming together to share their hard-earned lessons learned and then work together to build resources for the rest of industry to learn from sort of best practices, et cetera. And so basically our experience is that when you give the companies a safe space and you encourage them to be transparent, to share their hard-earned wisdom, they will work together and it will have an impact. Second promising practice we hope to scale is conversations like this, so multi-stakeholder dialogues. These provide critical opportunities for industry to come together with other stakeholders and develop a common sense of the situation, like what's our common picture of current reality, because we each, if we sit in our silos, we each have a different picture of what's going on, but when we come together, we can understand the whole thing. Identify the specific challenges, the gaps, why are things not going the way that they should go, and then develop concrete solutions to address those gaps. So we recently did this. We had a summit last week with about 150 people from around the world on financial sextortion. That's a problem that has not yet been solved. That was our second summit on it, and we're going to continue to discuss that and work that problem until we turn the tide on it. So in addition to hosting our own multi-stakeholder gatherings and conversations, we also want to participate in conversations like this, like with you all, and with WeProtect at the Global Summit later this year. So I think that we've heard this a lot today, but we need to be talking to each other. And industry, I will just say, really needs to be part of that conversation because of the power that they have in this space. And finally, third practice that we're hoping to continue to grow is programs that are designed to build the capacity of all of industry, not just our members. The first is Lantern. You mentioned Lantern is a cross-platform signal sharing initiative that allows social media companies and other companies to share.
Actually, quite a significant toolbox. We have public interest litigation, we have campaigning, we have direct nonviolent action, as well as all of the technical assistance work that is necessary. And I think crucially, the elevation of youth and survivor voices is something that philanthropy needs to focus on much, much more. We've heard again and again just how crucial that is, how transformative that is. And I think that's true across the board, including in terms of mobilizing funding, because the terrifying prevalence of this harm can be turned into actually a very, very transformative and unifying relevance, because there are so many people with personal experience or who love people with personal experience of these issues. Centering young people and survivors enables everyone to feel like they have a stake in it. And if people have a stake in something, they're willing to mobilize resources. So I think we need to elevate those voices more and more, because actually philanthropy and government funding will operate in a virtuous circle of resource mobilization if we hear more and more from the community, if there's momentum, if there's share of voice that will deliver wins and that will create more appetite for resourcing. So I see this community and the activism within the community and the centering of those voices is absolutely crucial to the funding question, because when a finance minister is taking decisions about different areas of public investment, they need to see the return on investment, they need to see the harm, and they need to hear from constituents. But that's also true of billionaires who may have pet projects in other areas. But there is so much funding in philanthropy going into education and health and areas which are proximate to this area, that if we can integrate, if we can join forces, centering youth and survivor voices, I think we can make this an issue that people can get behind and are highly motivated by. Just speaking very quickly on behalf of CIV, we are going to continue to work in the online space. We're going to make a funding commitment tomorrow. And we really want to work in a way that respects local context and works bottom up. But we're also really excited to support the global connectivity, the global platforms, global accountability and learning, because we think that's so crucial when so much of civic space is shrinking in so many countries. Having global spaces where we can come together is something that we need to hold on to, and that's something that philanthropy can support as well.
That's quite a lot, thank you. That is a really big share of the work to be taken, but I think it's a really critical catalyzing step. As we've heard today, the reason we are not even beginning to understand the magnitude of this issue is the stigma and the shame that people feel, and elevating the voices of people who are sharing their experiences will support with that. What issue will then become much more relevant for the governments, because more people will be coming and reporting and not feeling shamed about it or scared or going through quite difficult experiences when they do. So I think that's a really critical point. Isabel, I will turn to you now. Today we had Mari speak this morning. Now you are speaking. Both of you have been working with the activist movement to support the conference, but also just create this big move globally of young people working on issues of ending violence against children. What we've heard from you and from young people is that young people are optimistic and excited about technology. They are the primary users. They like to use it. They like to experiment with it. When you see how young people are using ChatGPT or anything else, it's completely different than like old people like us are. So just knowing how much technology means to you, but also how much young people are saying that they are harmed by it is also there. So share with us what you've heard through these conversations with young people in lead up to the ministerial, but also just by virtue of being a young person. What are you experiencing in online environments?
Well, I would like to start by asking the audience if there was a time in your lives when you felt like you didn't belong, or you weren't seen, or you weren't heard. And the reason why I ask you to take a moment to reflect on these feelings or even imagine them is to address violent labels young people have been given nowadays, especially when it comes to our behavior towards the internet. And digital spaces are now where we play, where we learn, build communities, and even engage in politics. And what we look for in digital spaces is to satisfy an inherently human need for connection, just like all of you. And I know sometimes it might be hard for you to see us through this lens. Intergenerational communication takes the time and takes the effort. And sometimes the consequences of online violence are not something that you can see. We feel, we share, but sometimes we're not validated. Our voices are not legitimated in this space. But our best chance, we have been talking earlier a lot about quick and effective responses, and our best chance to respond and to produce innovative public policies and initiatives to respond to online violence against children is to listen to children. And when I say listen, it's listen carefully, listen consciously, because do you know who else is listening when you aren't? Perpetrators. So my first call to action for you is to acknowledge children. And when I say listen to us, listen to children, listen to young people, it's not only about having a seat at the table, but also about incorporating our perspectives into public policies. And we are really excited about building this and being in online space to build movements and to share our perspectives. During our consultations, youth talk a lot about using online spaces to go beyond geographical barriers, exchange knowledge, and use this as a platform to share experiences and to share solutions. But we also acknowledge that as a first step for us to change this framework, it takes a change of mindset. So next time you enter a room to discuss about children online safety, don't talk about online spaces, talk about learning spaces, community building spaces, political spaces. Thank you.
Muito obrigada, Isabel. I do think that you've touched on the most important point, and I think we kicked off the event today by saying that this is not online versus offline. People are using this for skills, for education, for connection, for love, for sharing, for everything. And these are not spaces that are just online spaces. This is not like a room. It's not a room. It is a school. You know, they're spaces that are inhibited by meaning. And that meaning needs to be something that empowers kids and not makes them be victims of being exposed to harm. So thank you for sharing that perspective. We have a final round of questions. Actually, one question to all of you. And we will give you 2 minutes. 2 minutes to answer this question. But it is truly about this going forward vision. We are going into tomorrow now equipped with some knowledge and with some level of energy around this issue. What does this shared vision look like? If you can single out one opportunity you see and one call to action, how can we do that in 2 minutes? Big ask.
Sean.
Let's do it from Sean onwards.
Let me just build a sense of urgency and talk a little bit about emerging threats. So 3 things that we all need to be paying attention to. First of all, we're increasingly seeing a connection, a financial component of online child sexual exploitation and abuse, and there needs to be a much deeper collaboration with the financial industry, and we're pursuing that at the Tech Coalition. Secondly, we've heard earlier today about AI-generated CSAM. That needs to be on everybody's radar, of course. We work with a lot of the models that actually produce this material, and the focus there is on a comprehensive risk assessment and ensuring those risks are mitigated. So it's designing those so that they will not produce abusive imagery. And then lastly, the third emerging threat I see is this coming together of child sexual exploitation and abuse and violent extremism. And I don't know how many of you are aware of this, but there are these distributed groups that groom children. They have names like 764 or Order of the Nine Angels, and they groom children for the purpose of sometimes sexual exploitation, sometimes self-harm, harming others, and even suicide. So we need to really come together, ensure that everybody has the right information so we can protect children from those threats.
I think going into the ministerial tomorrow, I think, we heard from the government panel earlier about the importance of integrated responses. And from a funding perspective, that's also essential because resources are so scarce. And I think it's really important that we think about the different sources of funding available and have really strong mobilization solutions. I am very concerned that a lot of commitments are being made, but the resources for implementation sitting behind those may be sorely lacking or may be challenged. And so I think, for this community, in addition to advocacy around policy and commitments, we also need advocacy around budgeting and long-term accountability, because people come to these events, they make commitments, but the follow-on implementation and accountability is crucial. And that means really strong connectivity between local, national, and global. And from our perspective, that's something that SIF really wants to fund. We see this conference as a starting point, as an opportunity to bring people together, but really to put those resources and those systems in place so that commitments do lead to implementation, not just commitments on a page.
Well. So one of the key findings of our global youth consultation was related to the role of companies and governments in protecting children online. Regarding companies, youth is pretty excited. We heard solutions such as a super powerful AI that could predict and prevent violence, and platforms that could connect children and young people to public services, and so on. But we acknowledge that technology companies have a responsibility, but at the same time, governments have a responsibility through law enforcement to keep these companies accountable. And also, governments have this responsibility of supporting parents and communities so they can look after children, and so they can ensure children are not spending unsupervised time on the internet. And when I talk about online safety, I'm not talking only about preventing harm and preventing bad experiences children might have on the internet. I'm also talking about preventing children from becoming violent, because nowadays we see the spread of hate speech, violence against girls, and now I think we should really look into intersectionalities, because different social groups of children and parents having different challenges towards experiencing violence online. So it's an important point for governments to acknowledge communities and also companies. But beyond that, I think that if we don't keep companies accountable, if we don't punish perpetrators for cyber crimes in the long run, it might make feel like violence is something natural for younger generations. And the result of it is that children who engage with this kind of content and disseminate it in the long run might be someone who would feel comfortable voting, for example, for a politician who violates human rights or disseminates those kind of values. So ensuring children's safety is not only about children's experiencing, but ensuring the future of democracy, ensuring that the CDGs are achieved. And we have to acknowledge these connections, the connections of the online experiences with the experiences we have beyond the internet, and the living condition of children and parents, providing them with tools, resources, and capacity building so they can be safe on the internet. And just to close, another key finding of our consultation was that children and young people were asking for laws to be created, even in bright spot countries that have huge legal frameworks. And it tells us that children are not being part of the process of decision making, and they are also don't have access to information like laws, and informing them the tools and the resources they have to be safe. Thank you.
So there's a lot we could say on this call to action. I've got 100 for you, so if you need more ideas, let me know. But I'd like to really start with resources. All of us are working, in our own groups and whatnot, but there are other resources out there available. Look at other groups' resources. The Alliance to Counter Crime Online is one of my favorites. Children and Screens is another amazing one. For families, Healthy Screen Habits is a fantastic resource. I encourage everyone to check out Nikki Riceberg's Scrolling to Death podcast, another amazing resource. Those are my top favorites right there. Another thing, though, I really want us all to pay attention to, and the reason I'm here is for the Archwell Foundation's Parents Network. We exist because we've lost our kids, or our kids are being harmed through social media. We are a support group. If you know people who are living in the same space we are, send them to us. We have a home for them. We have love for them. We understand, and we want to help them. I'd also like to encourage you to question when people are coming to you and defending big tech or telling you, look at what they're doing. Question that. Look at how they're funded. Really, don't buy everything at face value. Do not take everything at face value. I mean, we've got, question why Snapchat has an ad campaign stating they're not social media. We're supposed to fall for that. Question why Meta says, oh, look at the great things we're doing, but still, if they believe a nude image is of a child, it'll say, we believe this is a child. Do you want to proceed? Why not just get rid of it? We need to question that. That is not a fix. And we also need to insist that they stop treating our kids like commodities and stop selling off our kids to people anyone who will pay for it, not even to the highest bidder, to anyone with a dime that wants to buy our kids online. They can do that, and we need to insist that they fix and change that. And again, it all starts with safe by design. So that's it. Thank you.
You mentioned earlier that in the Philippines, this violence, online sexual exploitation of children impacts nearly 500,000 of children, and that's only the Philippines. But it is happening globally, even here in Colombia. 2 women were arrested for live streaming and selling child sexual abuse material of 3 young children that are under 9 years old. I share this because the threat of child sexual exploitation and abuse is real, and the effects of trauma last long after the abuse is over. This is a very real, tangible, urgent issue that needs to be addressed. And I want to quote one of the things that His Excellency President Ferdinand Marcos of the Philippines shared in his speech at a summit that I attended last September. He said, "For us to allow this happen in our country, the Philippines, brings to me an overwhelming sense of shame, because being in government, being in public service, we are not doing enough. We must do more. We must do more. All of us here must do more. We need to create and enforce strong regulations so that children are protected, and we have a duty to, 1, keep asking tech companies to create stronger safeguards, transparent reporting practices, and proactive monitoring systems to prevent exploitation and protect vulnerable children. 2, work collaboratively with survivors in designing and creating programs and policies. And I'm not only saying this, center survivors. There is an important thing to invest in survivors, because you can't expect survivors to speak into policy if you're not investing them to even have policy writing skills. So you have to invest in survivors as well. And the third one is to ensure national and local officials are equipped with trauma-informed care and survivor and child-centered services when they handle child exploitation cases. Thank you.
It is quite tough actually coming at the end of such a, such an impactful panel. So look, just for me, just a few comments, as it were. So I spoke earlier on a bit about not only what we're trying to do in the UK, but indeed our work that we're doing internationally with a whole range of different partners, be it government, civil society, etc. And that's why we're really proud to be a donor to this Safe Online, for example, our engagement with survivor organizations like the Brave Movement, why we sit on the board of WeProtect. But those organizations are very much at the forefront, with solutions, creative ways in which to take this forward. And I think it's now for us as a global community, for us as governments, as foundations, as philanthropy, to think about how we support them to harvest those learnings in order for us to create an ecosystem that ensures that our children are safe online. But I probably want to come down to a sort of at a personal level as well, because for me, I'm committed to this personally. I think that we cannot, as an international community, we cannot as people, as individuals, continue to have over 300 million children each year faced with the impacts of online abuse. 300 million children a year. We cannot allow that to continue. So, for example, for me, in my capacity as a UK representative on the Global Partnership for Online Abuse, I will think about how I use that to leverage and to continue to raise this issue repeatedly in order to take it forward. So we know, everyone in this room is already involved in this. Maybe we need to redouble, to triple our efforts on this at a personal level. Taking on board all the accountability that you spoke about earlier on. We can make grand commitments here over the course of the next few days, but who holds us to account? Yeah, to ensure that we actually deliver on them. But whatever we do, just coming back to the survivor-centered approach, whatever we do, I think we need to keep them at the core and at the heart of what we do, and to champion them, to listen to them, and to ensure that we use that expertise and experience that they've got in order to advance this agenda. Thank you very much.
This is likely the hardest panel to summarize, but I will end maybe also on a personal note. Really, what this work has meant to me and people that we've been working with is what Isabel has been saying. I can listen to you forever. Like, you can just keep on going. Next time I'm going to give you 15 minutes. Like, everyone gets 3, she gets 15. But it is really, this is not about child online safety. This is not about ending online CSEA. This is not about one manifestation of harm. This is about the future of humanity. Technology is being seen as a solution to so many geopolitical issues. It's going to solve this and that. It's going to solve climate. It's going to solve that. Gen AI is going to do the wonders for us. This technology can really be detrimental to human development. And if we are not solving, if safety by design is not part of these processes, we're going to destroy our democracies, gender equality, justice, participation. We don't feel safe to participate, especially women and girls. We don't feel safe to participate. Democracy is far away from us because we are not being harmed. So this is not about only one thing. This is about future of education, skills, democracies, humanity. So with that, I really thank you for these inspiring notes, and please feel armed to be the advocate tomorrow for this issue at the ministerial, but also beyond in the years and future to come. So thank you again. Panelists, you're free to go. And we are going to close the event now. I'm inviting our partners in crime, Daniela and Ian, to join me on stage. Oh, first let's do a photo. Let's do first the photo of the panel, because... Yeah. Wait, come back. Yeah. Hello, hello. Okay. There is also reception. Reception starting in 5 minutes, less than 5 minutes. Where the lunch was, there's going to be a reception now, so we hope to see you there, but give us 5 minutes to conclude the event.
5 minutes, okay.
We have 2 minutes each.
2 minutes each.
2 minutes each. Daniela, as you know, I feel like people are like caught in movement. As you know, we had 3 partner organizations, co-hosts of this event, Safe Online, the Brave Movement, and the WeProtect Global Alliance, and 16 partners who supported this wholeheartedly throughout this whole work and months that we've put into this effort. So I want to thank everybody who is representing these organizations and also all of you here. But I will first hand over to Daniela, then Ian, for a short message to all of you to conclude this event. Daniela.
Short and sweet. All right, 2 things. Number 1, put your money where your mouth is, to the point that was just described. We need resources for all of this, and we do not need more open words, empty commitments. Put your money behind this cause to make a difference. And the second call is to be brave. So as a survivor myself of childhood sexual abuse and a founder of the Brave Movement, I learned early on that being brave doesn't mean you're not scared. Being brave means acting boldly despite your fear. And the size of this problem, 300 million children, a $5 trillion economy that is the tech industry, and the challenges of transnational collaboration are humongous. So it's going to take all of us. It's going to take all of us to be brave. The name of our movement is a conviction. We must be brave so that children can be safe. And it's also an invitation. Join us and be brave with us as we tackle these issues and make the world safer for kids.
I'd just like to say thank you to you all for joining us today. It's been a really important day. It's sometimes been a very challenging and uncomfortable day. This isn't easy stuff. These aren't easy stories to hear. This is not an easy problem that we've set ourselves to tackle. But what we do at WeProtect Global Alliance is we embrace that complexity. We speak to everybody. We speak to everybody who has a stake in this issue because we think it's incredibly important. And I think it's also important because there are so many opportunities and there are so many benefits and there are so many great things that are happening in the digital world that it is on us. The onus is on us to not only address the bad stuff, but let's create the good stuff. Let's ensure that the internet is a place where children can learn, where they can socialize, where they can discover new information and new connections and help to create these connections around the world, the shared vocabulary that we now have. So I just want to end. Yes, everything that Daniela said is true. We have to be brave, but I think we've got big change. It requires something to fear, but it also requires something to love. And I think to focus in on what we have to love. Thank you.
It's so hard to follow this, but I will first really thank both of you and your teams and Safe Online team. And all the 16 organizations again. Can everybody who participated in the organization just get up for a minute? Please. There you go. See? See, it was really, truly a community effort, and I rarely have felt so much friendship in the building of this process, and it was really amazing. I do need to single out one person from my team, Serena Tomasino, who has really, Serena, just show your face so people can know, like, this was like blood, tears, and sweat of Serena for many, many weeks, so really thank you for everything you've done. But also I don't want to be, all of these people, Emily, Danielle, everybody who was really part of this, like really, really want to thank you so much for everything you've done because it has been tremendously impactful. This has been an uphill battle to put issues of digital protection and safety of kids at the agenda of this ministerial. It has been a battle not because people don't want it to be part of the agenda, it's because there's not enough understanding and maybe there is a fear around how do we actually tackle this, something that is so unknown and difficult and complex as we've all discussed. But again, we need resources, we need commitments, and we need real commitments. Tomorrow, 20 governments will put this on top of their agenda. That is not enough. That is great. It's a huge achievement, but it's not enough. You need to be the voices of the community, of the people. We need more youth activism to be putting this on top of the agendas of major political movements and events. Again, geopolitical situation is not in our favor. It doesn't look good. But I think that should just give us more resolve to actually fight and wake up the activists in us that we are. So with that, let's drink.
Your love is king, crowned you with my heart. Your love is king, never needs you part. Your kisses ring, round and round and round my head, touching the very part of me. It's making my soul sing, tearing the very heart of me. I'm crying out for more. Your love is king, crowned you with my heart. Your love is king. You're the ruler of my heart. Your kisses ring, round and round and round my head, touching the very part of me. It's making my soul sing. I'm crying out for more. Your love is king. I'm going. I'm coming. You're making me dance inside. I'm coming. Your love is king. Crowned you with my heart. Your love is king. Never